please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? We lost
Where's
the
the flag?
Uh-oh.
Where's the
Somebody
flag?
have a flag pin?
Kathy, where's the flag?
At Chaparral Auditorium.
Uh-oh.
For the graduation, I think.
It didn't come back?
Okay. Well, let's just say Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag outside, you're right. Flag
All
outside
right.
is that correction. Thank you. Open the door, please.
Let's begin.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Quick thinking, Andy. That was very good.
Yes, thank you. Okay, are there any emergency additions or modifications to the agenda? No additions or modifications?
I know of none.
Okay, do we have an approval of the agenda?
I'll move.
Second?
I'll move.
All in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay. Now we're asked to approve the minutes of the regular open and closed session meeting of June 7th and the special open session meeting of June 13th.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. We do not have a student representative during summer months. And before we have public comments, Dr. Bangser is going to give us a little update on some issues that have concerned us lately.
I will. First of all, great to have so many of you here. There are a number of people who have written about the issue of the 2017 track and field program leadership. To me, to Mr. Monson, who's here tonight, to Dr. Bayless, who's not here tonight, although he would have liked to have been here tonight, but about 20 minutes from now, he's boarding a plane for Europe with his family for summer vacation, and I guarantee you he didn't plan that 3 days ago. This was a trip planned back in January. So needless to say that when an issue of importance emerges from the high school, whether it's in athletics or academics or anything else, Dr. Bayless is intimately involved with it. He may not be the one making the final decision, but in this particular case, I can assure you that he has been involved with the leadership of track all the way across the months on through and including yesterday and this morning and this afternoon from the airport. If you got a copy of the agenda page for tonight's agenda, which I wrote, the text I wrote. If you don't have it, let me just summarize it for you. The item that's on tonight's agenda is here because there is a board policy, and this is typical of most school districts, where a community member may ask to have an agenda item placed on the board meeting agenda if it is determined by the board president and superintendent that the issue is germane, focused in on responsibilities that the Board of Education has, oversight responsibilities. And clearly, the appointment of coaches, whether assistants or head coaches, is part of the purview of the Board of Education. So it was an easy call for Linda and for me to make that this issue merited inclusion on tonight's agenda. Also, Mr. Edwards, who isn't here tonight, who's out of town, met the timing criterion of submitting the request in writing at least a week in advance. So it preceded even yesterday by a couple of days, a week before. So everything, all the protocols were met in terms of having the agenda item discussed tonight. Then the question becomes, if it is in fact germane to the responsibilities of the board, then the question is, should it be discussed in open or closed session or both? And our decision was that the issue would be predominantly discussed in open session, albeit there would be a component of it that was very focused on personnel matters in closed session. And we had a very short closed session conversation within the last 15 minutes. So all of those criteria were met, and that got it on the agenda. Then the issue I needed to explain how personnel matters are acted upon by the board, and there is another board policy that's very clear that no action may be taken by the board on any personnel matter unless I recommend it. Okay, so there are, as you can see, if you want to see a copy of the full agenda tonight, there are a ton of individual personnel actions that take place every month, and similar to tonight, and those are all recommended by me because the agenda doesn't become the agenda unless I recommend it and the board president and another board member work with me on it, and then it becomes formal. Similarly, the issue of track and field appointments for that particular year, in this case, call it the 2016 season, become official when the board approves a list of coaches who have been certified by our offices, personnel offices, to have completed all of the requirements to be coaches, and there are annual requirements. That typically takes place at the March meeting for spring sports, might bleed a little bit over into the April meeting, but typically it's done at the March meeting, and that happened this year. So I explained to actually the Ojai Valley News reporter and others that under normal circumstances, the board would not be receiving any information at all about 2017 coaches until next March. Okay. However, this is not a typical situation because there were a set of circumstances that brought the issue to Dr. Bayless's office, to Mr. Monson's office, to Ms. Nikau's office over the last several weeks, which culminated in a large number of conversations with many people, but ultimately culminated in the June 8th email that Dr. Bayless sent to a number of community members, Mr. Edwards being one, and others, in which he stated that there were, at least apparently at that time, let's just call them irreconcilable differences between coaches who had, after 4 years of working together, both stated that that would be the end of their working relationship. And so Dr. Bayless, Mr. Monson, Mr. Cow, ultimately Dr. Bayless wrote about it and said that the choice that they had made was to retain the present coaching staff, the coaching leadership for 2017, and because Mr. Italo had indicated that he could not work under those circumstances anymore, that, and then you can sort of fill in the correct word, that he would resign, that he was then told that if he couldn't work with that group, then he would no longer be part of the staff, and all kinds of very sincere accolades about his work were included in that email. So that happened on June 8th. And then, after that, in the next number of days, that decision became conversed about, as you would expect, right? In these days of not only social media, but small town and all the other things that happen in Ojai and many other places, a number of people talked about that, and it just so happened that we had a special meeting scheduled for Monday, June 13th, on a totally different subject. But in any special meeting agenda, it is required that you have public comment time available, and we received many public comments in support of Mr. Italo, not only in and of himself, but as Mr. Italo as a new head coach come spring of 2017. So that was June 13th. Then more time unfolded, and it became clear to all three of us. Ms. Nikau was finished with her school year predominantly, so I'll just speak about the three administrators. Dr. Bayless, Mr. Monson, and myself, it became clear that this was an issue that needed to be discussed, at least among the three of us, which we did in great detail. And now it becomes really important for you to understand that it was Mr. Monson, I give him huge credit for this, who stepped forward before the three of us ever really talked about anything and said, I need to go back and talk directly and personally with 4 of the assistants other than Mr. Italo. So there are 5 assistants this year. And I'm going to let him speak about that experience and then some of his own thoughts about how to move forward. But you need to understand that this is a man who has been in the high school close to 20 years, Dave. How many years now?
17.
17, close to 20 years, has been involved with athletics personally and as a coach for many, many years, was a former athletic director, and is now the administrator in charge of athletics. Ms. Nikau is the athletic director, but she's not an administrator. So we'll always have an assistant principal in charge of athletics, and that's Mr. Monson's responsibility. I have unequivocal faith in his ability to make the right call when the right call time comes. And so he'll, in a minute here, talk about how he views the best way to move forward on this issue. Let me explain one last thing to you in terms of protocols. I said before, the board doesn't make a decision on personnel unless I recommend it. And I set up tonight with the possibility of moving after the discussion to a point where I might turn to Mr. Monson and say, what is your recommendation for the head coaching leadership for next spring? I wasn't sure I was going to do that. It would depend on how the conversation unfolded. I can tell you unequivocally now I will not do that. And he'll explain why, because we're going in a different direction rather than trying to affirm the position that Dr. Bayless took in his email on June 8th or not affirm it. Okay? And that is the essence of the email that I wrote to Mr. Edwards, Mr. Del Vecchio, Mr. Stube, and hopefully through them, others of you who are here tonight, about noon this afternoon, send a copy to Mr. Sedham, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Italo, obviously to Greg and Dave. And so we're at a point now where I think, and I know I can speak for the three of us, that the best way to move on this issue is to not try to make a decision tonight. Clear? No decision tonight. Okay? And it will be Mr. Monson who will lead the process to get us to a decision. As I said in the email, sometime I called it in the fall, hopefully early fall, as opposed to December 10th, okay? As early as possible. And the other thing that I think is really important is that, again, while this issue is very different from others that we've worked on, whether it's athletic or not, because we're at a meeting tonight and because the issue was placed on the agenda by a community member, I will recommend to the board formally when the time comes that the resolution of the issue be brought back to this table. Okay, so it's not just going to sort of happen and then you'll have to figure out what happened, you know, because information seeps out. That's not what's going to happen. All right, what will happen is there will be some type of formal statement at this table. I'm not at all saying that it will be a recommendation that I will make to the board for them to approve. Okay? I'm not saying that. It could be, but I guarantee you it will be done in public. All right, so that's the best outline I can give. And Dave, if you just come on up and
Do we
talk.
want to open public comments first?
I think
or is-
I'd rather have Dave speak first, just so at least everybody who speaks will understand where we are administratively. And then, you know, you may say exactly what you were going to say anyway, but you also may want to tailor it depending on what you have to say.
Okay. As Dr. Bangser mentioned, I decided that it is my responsibility as the athletic administrator to thoroughly vet this issue. And the fact that I had not personally talked to all of the assistant coaches to hear from them directly what their position was in this, I felt that it was a mistake on my part not to thoroughly vet that. So I talked to all four, and what I found out was that there was some differences of opinion that we had miscalculated on. And what I mean by that is that there was some separation in support against Ed, for Dave, against Dave. And it became real clear at that point that this issue needed exactly what I'm going to recommend tonight. There needs to be more time to bring together the people in this room, whether it's all of you together, whether it's the delegates, whether it's the coaches in large setting, small setting. But I feel that we are not at the point to make a recommendation because we have some great coaches, first of all, and we have supporters on both sides of the issue. And I can tell you that just in the last 6 hours, I've received no less than 12 emails in support of Coach Sedham. But in the previous 3 weeks, I've received many emails along the same lines to support Coach Ed Italo. So for those of you who may not know, I have 3 kids that are part of the Ojai Roadrunners youth track group, and they've had a great experience. And my 3 kids will be at Nordoff, and that means they're going to be a part of the Nordoff track program. So I can tell you I am very vested in this particular issue here. And without a doubt, I don't want anybody to question whether or not that I have done my work in this and whether or not that I have skin in the game, because it's absolutely true that I do. What I see is that this town has a tremendous amount of track talent. What I'd like to be able to do is determine whether or not that some of these differences in philosophies and methodologies can be woven together into what I would call a dream team when it comes to a coaching staff. There are past, present, and future coaches that if we put them collectively together, we, in my opinion, can create a track program that it's a small town, but it's full of big-time athletes. And I would like to see that for the benefit of our kids. So that's what I'm asking, is that people join me in this in whatever way you want, whether you want to do it in person, whether you want to just provide it in writing, whether you want to do it directly to me or through another person. I am trying to bring together people who care about the program, as this room seems to indicate, for the best track program for our kids.
Great. Okay.
All right, so we're going to move to public comments. If you wish, I'm just reminding everybody that there's a 3-minute time limit, and I would hope that you would honor that. We do have a lot of, this is a regular business meeting, we do have a lot of business to conduct, and hopefully it won't be the 7-hour meeting that we had on June 13th. So those of you who left don't realize we actually had a 7-hour meeting on June 13th, so, because we had so much to cover. So I do, that's one reason why we do set the 3-minute limit. Anyway, first, and I apologize up one side and down the other for massacring last names. So, first one, Jacob Kundi. All right.
Hello. I'm Jacob Kundy, better known as Cameron's dad. First, I want to start by thanking the board for giving me this opportunity to speak on this matter. And I want to also thank Dave. He has gone out of his way for my 2 boys at Nordoff and bent over backwards for my older son Jake several times. So this is nothing personal towards you or anything like that. So not a very good public speaker, so bear with me on this too. Both my boys have already graduated from Nordoff. This isn't really about a father who's concerned about his own children here now, but this is more about a member of this community being concerned just about the track program, Nordoff. Nordoff has always been really good to my 2 boys. Jake was on the 2-time winning CIF championship football team. Cameron obviously had a stellar track career and was a 4-year honor roll student. But this decision on head coaches, it should be an easy one. Before Ed Itala was a coach at Nordoff, my older son Jake was on the track and field team. He was he had wonderful potential as a thrower on the team. He was our best thrower for several years. But he never had the coaching to really grow. And I never really saw the existing head coach really go out of his way to make this program better and to really try to bring in coaches who are going to help, not just teenagers. The track program I saw was disorganized, and not just with the throwers, it was everywhere. From not following through with getting the proper equipment, to athletes being unhappy, all the way to the record board. Records melting off the board. There was a gentleman out there who had, I think it was a long jump record from 1936. He couldn't even read his name. It's been there a long time, and I think that's the job of a head coach, to take care of those things. Kids come out, they see these records, they want to achieve goals. It's something for them to look up to. I think that's, where do I go here? Okay. Now what is that saying about Nordoff? We don't care? I know Nordoff cares, and I know Ojai cares. And that's why they brought on Coach Ed. Things started to change, I helped Ed coach out there for 2 years. The way his athletes performed for him was amazing compared to what I had been seeing on the track in previous years. But without being head coach, he is very limited to the input he has on the entire team. Ed has more integrity than anybody I know. I have seen him run the Ojai Youth Track program for years before he came to Nordhoff. Also, his philosophy obviously works, and it works very well. His athletes leave better athletes, but they leave better people. So when you have something that special, you don't let it go, you keep it. Anyways, thank you guys.
Does anybody have any questions? No questions, all right. Next person, Dennis Allison.
I spoke last time. Had two twins that graduated in 2013. They both ran cross country for 4 years and track for 3 years. As important as what happens during their high school years, what follows after that can be even, well, it's certainly of greater importance. My son, who ran cross country, I'm going to use cross country as because the coaching does both jobs. As I've said, has juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. It's had it since he was 2. It is a very serious medical condition that for the first couple of years we just sort of fit in with the program. But it wasn't until as the 3rd year approached we started to realize things needed to be run a little differently for Robin, for him to excel. And we didn't find that that was of interest. There was a formula that had been handed down, I believe, from Ken Reeves, and there was just no interest in looking at trying to mold something different. My son did. Before his senior year, he did not practice with a team. He worked on his own, came back, and then his senior year was running fast at the end of the year. He won the Ojai Invitational. I contacted the newspaper. They said they contacted the coaching for a news story. This was right after the results. And I said that the Nordhoff girls won and the Nordhoff girl placed second individually. The paper contacted the coaching apparently. I have all the emails to validate this. And then the Nordhoff coaches never got back with the story about this. Well, part of the reason might have been that Robin was kicked off the team the night before for not doing some additional running. It's too hot. He said he was so tired, and he just knew it wasn't in his best interest because he gets sick so easily. The immune system is compromised. You can't do what a regular kid does. He had started to figure this out. And at any rate, he won that race, 361 kids. Where this ties into the after school is Robin also, his math skills. He went to Channel Island as a math student there, just blew the whole program apart within the first quarter. I talked to the people at UCSB and the Creative Studies, told him what he was doing, what he was studying on his own. They said they didn't want to look at his homework. If he could read the textbooks that he was reading for 15 minutes, they wanted him in his program. He was accepted in the UCSB. This is unheard of, to go from Channel Islands to UCSB, after the first year. And along with that came a scholarship of $21,000. Part of that was based on what kind of kid he was. He apparently impressed him considerably with his math skills. But equally, the fact that this kid who has battled arthritis then became such a superior distance runner that they went ahead and they felt that he warranted the full package of the scholarship as well. None of that was help. We received no help from that from the coaching. There's a certain amount of bitterness at this point because that easily could have been lost. So please consider.
Okay, anybody have any questions? All right, Stacy Allison.
Hi, that was my husband, so kind of have some background. I'm a teacher. I've taught for 32 years, and what I hear, Mr. Munson, who I have met with, both my kids have graduated from Nordhoff. When they were at Matilaha, they started running under Jeff Becker, who is a parent, not a staff member, but volunteered and started my kids on this path to something that really enriched their whole time through junior high and high school. I will forever be grateful to Jeff Becker for what he gave to my kids. So they came to Nordhoff, and there were times, Dave Munson, when I had to call, and I wouldn't even say who I was when it was over 100 degrees, and I was worried about our kids out there running up Shelf Road without water, begging neighbors to use their hose. This is what the runners were doing. So it pains me as a teacher to stand up here and talk about this. I wouldn't even say who I was when I called, when I met with Mr. Bayless. He can tell you I met with him over the years. My concerns as a parent and an educator. When you, as a school board, make decisions, it should be what's best for kids, not what's best for the teachers. And hopefully those things coincide. And I hope that we can reach that point where we can first look at what's best for our kids, for our student athletes, because it's rough getting into college and it's rough being at high school, but when kids have something else to engage themselves, whether it's track or dance or drama, we know they're not going to be out partying at night. They're dead asleep by 8 at night after running all day. So like I said, so much benefit came out of athletics at Nordhoff. And I would hope as it goes forward that you have that growth mindset of really being open to possibilities. We tried meeting with the coaches. We brought other plans up. Didn't go anywhere. So when you talk about the collaboration, I understand how that must feel to not be able to find that place of an open mind, that there might be other ways to practice and to help our kids achieve their best as athletes. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? Thank you. All right. I forgot to mention, when I was the art teacher at Nordhoff, I painted those boards. I was the one who did the painting of all the names. Sorry that they didn't last, but I retired 12 years ago, so oh well. You know. Okay, Stephen Adelman.
My questions have been answered.
Okay, you'll pass? All right, thank you. Laura Young?
Good evening. My name's Laura Young. My daughter is Rosalind Hall, who just graduated, second in her class in Nordhoff. She ran track for 4 years with Coach Sedum additionally. I've known Coach Ed Vitello for about 10 years. I was a road runners coach. And I've known Coach Sedum for about 4. I met him when he started teaching my daughter. But as a road runners coach, I had the opportunity to observe a little bit of what the Nordhoff team did at the end of each of our practices. And I can tell you that I was so impressed by what I saw Mr. Coach Sedum and his coaches doing every day out there at the track field, that when the time came, I volunteered as an assistant track coach in long jumping for 2 years. This was very challenging for me to do, as I am a music teacher, but I felt that the program that he had was so important and so terrific that I just had to be there. And I regret that I couldn't do it for the last 2 years, that I could only be a parent volunteer for those years. But again, I cannot speak highly enough of the program that Coach Sedum gives us at Nordhoff Track and Field. Thank you.
Any questions for Laura? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Susie Cook.
I'm Cameron's
Second
grandma.
row first, yeah.
And I
Third
wrote a lot
row.
of stuff, but I
Hold here.
deal with that. I've known Ed, not really personally, more involved with my grandson Cameron, my son, for quite some time. He's an awesome coach. In my lifetime of having kids and grandkids, I have 8 grandkids, I've known a lot of coaches, seen a lot of programs. 2 good coaches. There's a lot of good coaches. 2 amazing coaches that stand out in my mind. One would be Coach Reeves, coached my daughter. I'm sure some of you know who Coach Reeves is, Ken Reeves. Awesome coach, awesome man, loved the kids, taught them great things, great morals, great life lessons. and Ed's the other one. And he's just, he loves track. He's passionate about track. He's passionate about the kids' success in track and about the kids. He expects excellence, as good as they can do, and he will work with them to bring that out. And like I said, I've seen a lot of coaches. My kids, my daughter, my son Jake, my other son, they were all involved in sports. A lot of good coaches, a lot of really good coaches, not very many amazing coaches. Ken Reeves, Ed Atalo. They're, you know, I don't want to badmouth anybody. And I know these men who coach, none of them make a lot of money, and they're spending a lot of time away from their families. Ed took my grandson, and along with a lot of other kids, Jesse being one, I think, to places they never would have gone, to the Penn Relays, to Idaho. Did you go to Idaho, Jesse? That you went to Fresno? Yeah. Well, anyway, he did a lot with you.
I'm sorry, Katie.
Yeah.
No.
He ran with Cameron. But the kids, he took these elite runners, the ones who worked and got there and had that, and he will, he's only a sophomore if he has Ed. Cameron went to Idaho. He went to Pennsylvania. How great. Ed raised money for this. Ed did. Not the school. Ed did. They went to Idaho. Ed did that. Cameron's not been on these places. Cameron's going to Boston. That's because of Ed. He's going to Northeastern University. That's because of Ed. If Nordhoff loses a man with, I'm not saying Ed's perfect, but he is passionate about coaching and about the kids. And if Nordhoff loses him, that's just foolish. The valedictorian at graduation talked about mentors. Who was her mentor? Ed. That's my time. But anyway, he's just, if any of you were at the track banquet, there's one young man who stood up there, couldn't talk, broke down crying because he was trying to say what Ed's done for him, like a father to him, and he couldn't talk. The team all went up and hugged him, and my grandson said that Ed's helped shape him to the man he is. When this group of kids went to the Penn Relays, I'll say this and then I'll be done. When they went to the Penn Relays, you all know about that because they were all here with Ed. We all went to wish him good luck and to see him off in the parking lot. The rest of the track team was out on the field. The head coach did not walk over to that group of kids, and I know this, I was right there, did not walk over and wish them good luck. Have a good trip. Good luck, boys. Do your best. Now, I don't know if this was because he and the coach didn't see eye to eye, but what the heck, it's about the kids. He did not walk over and wish them good luck.
Thank you. Any questions for her? All right, thank you very much. Okay, last person, Jacob Stube. Oh, okay, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, my name's Jake Stube. I had two daughters that graduated from Nordhoff. I was a Roadrunner coach from 2003 to 2008. I'm the one who asked Ed to coach Roadrunners in 2005. I knew he was a scholarship athlete at Maryland, so I guess you can all blame me. But obviously when Ed came on board, he just elevated everything at the Roadrunners. He was a team player. Yes, he coached elite athletes, but he took a lot of time with the intermediate, the beginning kids. He also took time with the coaches. So he elevated not just the kids, he elevated the coaches. Eventually we got him off to Nordhoff. It wasn't easy. We found out this morning that the administration apparently reversed their decision and they'll now consider it, I understand. But this issue isn't resolved, and I'm here and I feel compelled to speak on behalf of Ed Atalo, the parents and the kids. I think it goes without saying, Ed's obviously a great coach, a great life mentor. I wish there was a videotape of what went on here on June 13th. when this was a really hot button issue. And everybody marched up here, and it was very moving, very eloquent, articulate kids, parents, and community members. I think this email that went out today, I think a lot of people didn't come when they learned of it, thinking maybe things had been resolved, but obviously they haven't, so I'm here. I was so inspired by the kids that spoke. Cameron Kunde, who's already got his scholarship, and he's off on his way to Northeastern, he felt compelled to talk on behalf of the kids who were following him that wouldn't have an opportunity to coach with Coach Ed. And I was so inspired by Cameron, I wrote my first letter to the editor, and I decided to go on record and speak up for his coach. You know, obviously the results have been phenomenal at Nordhoff. We were upset with the original decision when they were going to let Ed go. But what also upset a lot of us was this Ojai Valley News article dated June 17th, wherein Greg Bayless, the principal, was quoted as saying either Nordhoff would go with Ed and the other coaches would resign, or we would stay with the existing track coaching leadership and Ed would decide to depart. So basically what Principal Bayless was saying was that if Ed stayed, all the other coaches would quit. One reads that article, and one would infer Ed can't get along with other coaches. It's a reference to his character. It's been published in the local paper. It makes Ed look bad, and it's coming from the high school principal. I didn't believe it when I read it. I called Ed and asked him for permission to talk to these coaches. He called the coaches, gave me permission, and I, in fact, learned that none of them would quit. They were more than happy with Ed as a coach. I think, obviously, that quote is reckless. They can, you know, the administration can make any decision they want, but they've got to please be careful when representing the reasons at the expense of someone's character. And we're all ready to move on, but I think it would be a disservice not to bring this issue up. I think the kids do look at school administrators as role models. They're watching the decisions closely. They know they're paid professionals and trusted to make decisions in their best interest. So that involves getting all the facts before you make your decisions. I suppose this episode could serve as a learning experience. And I guess the takeaway is we need better leadership. Hopefully it's been a learning experience for the Nordhoff administration. You know, in closing, it's really quick, you know, Ken Reeves is one of the most famous track and field coaches in the history of our country. 11 straight state championships, 11 CIF championships, National Coach of the Year, National Track and Field Coach of the Year in '99 and 2000. An amazing man, a role model for there was an article about the Matilla, the new principal, and he mentioned what a great role model Mr. Reeves was for him. So it was with great interest that I learned that Coach Reeves went off to Philadelphia to watch the Penn relays, and on his own dime. And after the race, he gave Ed a celebratory hug and had dinner with the kids. And obviously, Ed's accomplishments, you know, don't approach Reeves, and Ed will be the first to admit. But there is a mutual admiration there and respect that I think is really neat. And you know, hearing about those kinds of moments makes me proud of the kids and coaches in the community. And as noted, Ed may not reach Reeves' achievements, but wouldn't it be neat to at least give him a try and in the process enrich the lives of the kids in our community? Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Stoop?
Just to note that the last meeting is available on our website.
Yes, we have, our meetings are all taped and they're available for viewing. So, okay.
Oh, great.
Okay. Celia Nunez.
Hi, I'm Celia Nunez, and I graduated from Nordhoff about a year ago. I did track for 4 years, and I was a thrower. And I did do some sprints my freshman year, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Sedum. My freshman year during track was probably one of the best years I had. Mr. Sedum and Coach Carnine were very encouraging of having the whole track team as a group. So rarely were we allowed to, we would always have like throwers like in one group, like in little cliques, hurdlers in another clique. And it was mainly just, you can't do that, you have to be like one whole track family. And I really enjoyed having that because when one event was over, we would go support the next event. So there was always people supporting throwers, supporting hurdlers, supporting every event there was, the sprinters and everything. And I believe that Ed is a really good coach, but once he started coaching, it kind of started going more towards, you need to support the sprinters. And there was, I think, a little bit less support for all the other field events. I didn't really see the whole one group family we had. It was cliques. So we would go one way, all the other events would go another way. And I think that Mr. Sedum and all the other coaches my freshman year were really good at keeping it one whole family. And we were all I think that's what made it such a good year because we all were supporting of each other. And we never really separated into cliques. And I think that Mr. Sedum, even afterwards, would support everyone. So I remember my senior year, actually, I was very persistent of beating my goals. I was throwing 34, and he would stay after practice. I would stay till 5:30, and he would stay with us watching, encouraging us, meet your goals, you can do it, encouraging us, like, you can do it. And he actually tried to encourage me to go on to college and continue throwing because he believed I was a good thrower. And I wanted to continue on to college. However, full-time working, I couldn't really manage to do it, but I think with Mr. Sedum's help, I would have continued more. And instead of, working more, I would have continued on to throwing. And he actually got into contact with one of the DC coaches, and they contacted him, and he contacted me through them, saying, hey, they want you on their team, they want you to go throw, and I think you should do it. So I think Mr. Sedum was a really good throwing coach, and not just like a throwing coach, but a good head coach overall. And I think we really need to stick with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Celia? All right, thank you. Angela Stevens.
My name is Alice.
Like Howard.
And in 2015, we were enrolling our son into high school. And we chose to go to Ventura High. So we signed our 8th grader up for Ventura High School because after weighing the scales, we obviously felt that Ventura offered more opportunity athletically and academically for our son. And following, we had 2 other children that would be all going to high school at the same time. When Dave Munson found out that we were leaving the community, he contacted us and said, please come and meet with me. And so we sat with Dave, and he answered probably 2 hours worth of very honest and sincere questions. He did not want to see us go. And I basically said, if I had a scale and I were to weigh it out, really the only weight that you have in Nordhoff for us right now would be the track program. And the reality is we have a great track son who's a good track, but we also have a great football player. I said, and it would just make sense for us to go to Ventura because it's just more uniform. Our football program at that time in Nordhoff was not promising. And so it took a lot for us to kind of sit back and weigh out where our commitment was. And what we realized in that moment was that we were kind of chasing opportunities. Wherever the grass was green, we were going to kind of go over there. And it benefited us because it is our school district, we're from Oakview. When we left that meeting with Dave, it kind of weighed on my husband's heart and I because we kind of realized that our perspective was a little bit not really promoting a lot of loyalty and character building in our boys. Kind of the motto of the grass is greener. Well, it's really greener where you water it. And so we kind of took a step back and thought, well, what if we don't have projections for the football program? We have good projection for the track program because we ran Ojai Roadrunners and Greg and Ed coincide together. And so there was kind of like this cohesive flow. So if our children run track with the Roadrunners, they're kind of getting that same commitment from Ed because Greg and Ed work together. And we were also recently noticing that the Ojai Eagles football program and the new program for the football at Nordoff are working together. Justin Morris, who's the president for the Ojai Eagles, was on the sidelines at the preseason scrimmage game with Lance Wiggins, who's our new head coach. And I loved it. I thought, that is what I'm looking for in our community, an opportunity for our children to have this launching pad that's one point person to the next point person, sharing the same philosophy, you know, and staying within our community where there is opportunity if we commit to it, develop it, instill it in our kids. So we're just not saying, oh, hi, you know, there's not enough nuggets in the basket, we're out, we're going to Ventura. And that was really our perspective before Dave got a hold of us. And in sitting with him, he basically just opened our eyes to the reality of the community. And if an administrator and a member of the community can work together and create a relationship and a connection, that's a trusting, you know, that's something that you'll go through the hard times to develop opportunity where there is not none, or where there is not none, where there is not any. And so I guess I'm here to say, whether it be Dave Sedum, whether it be Ed Idolo, really, I think a great proposal would be, we need a new track program. It's obvious we needed a new football program. We did it the administration's way. We hired a guy. It was a fiasco. It was so sad. Now our numbers are down with the student participation. Community support is down. But our track program our football program is so promising right now. It's awesome to see the Ojai Eagles partner with the Rangers, you know, so we can rebuild that program. And so that's my heart for the track program for Nordoff, is to see organizations working together with administration, because that's really where you're going to get the loyalty of the community. You know, if it's a locomotive, you know, administration lays the tracks, the locomotive is the program, but really the community puts the coal in there and gets that baby going, you know. And I'm neither here nor there. I love Ed. I have a great relationship with him outside of track. I run at Nordoff, have for 4 years. Every time I get there, I ask him, what lanes are you using? So I stay out of his way, because he's one track mission dude, you know. And being that my son came and ran Nordoff, I got to have him as a coach, not just as a fellow Ojai person sharing the same track. And it's been great. And so my vote of confidence is for proposals for a new track program. I don't care who's presenting it, and let's get this organization so that we're moving forward. I don't want to leave Ojai to go chase opportunity. I don't think I should have to. There's great opportunity here. We just got to dig a little bit, lock arms, and rebuild this program. I believe in it. And I'm believing for the baseball, because I have an 11-year-old that's going to do the good baseball. Okay? So I see you in like 4 years. Thank you.
All right.
That was really good.
That was good. Okay.
Any more? Any other sports? Any more
Actually, I
kids?
have one more question. Were you children at Matilaha?
We are at Sunset. We're from Oakview.
Okay.
Yeah, they're okay.
I did have one son, I have a 20-year-old. He attended Nordoff as a freshman and a sophomore. He played baseball. It was good then.
Homero. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, so I'm trying not to destroy it.
Well, sorry about the buzz and stuff, I just got off work, but, you know, I came to talk because, you know, Mr. Sedum has been a great coach, not only as a coach, but also as a teacher. He was my math teacher, and he taught me a lot, and I learned a lot from him. But I think the biggest thing is that a lot of you guys don't know that he would stay out there with me, sometimes for an hour, hour and a half, because I wouldn't have a coach. And that's because at the time, Jessica Lugatov coached me for a year and had to continue school. So she wasn't able to coach me. And then I also had Jake Cundy as a coach as my sophomore year. And I know he tried to help me out, and Mr. Sedum, they'd be at meets, talking to other coaches, seeing what they can do to give me some pointers. I was on that varsity football team that won CIF, also on the track team that won CIF, multiple league titles, and yada yada. But the biggest thing is that a lot of that could have been done by great coaches, also by great teachers. Because Coach Henney was a teacher, but he was also an outstanding coach. Mr. Sedum is a great teacher, but he's also an outstanding coach because even though things were messy and boring during the track meets, he would try his best to keep everything running smooth and keep it going. And I would stay out there with him and my coach, helping him clean up 6, 7, sometimes 8 o'clock with big meets. And most of everybody left. There was only like maybe 5 people left helping him put away the gear. And you guys also have to take into consideration that athletes choose to be there. And when people bring up that it's 110-degree weather, look where we live. It's in Ojai. It gets hot. You choose to play, you choose to suffer in that weather. And I played football in 110-degree weather. You know what? I sucked it up and I played. I also played with track where there was like 100-degree weather as well. Sucked it up, continued. You know, when people bring up these things, you guys also have to learn that kids choose to be out there, and you guys signed what you were saying. If my son or daughter chooses to be out there, I don't have the I choose the responsibility to deal with medical stuff or anything else, because you're releasing your son to the coaches to improve, not to stay out there and get worse. You know, another issue is equipment. You know, a lot of the poles are broken because of me. A lot of the mats are old, you know. There's a lot of gear that needs to be refurbished, brought back new, or, you know, get new stuff, but there isn't money. So Mr. Saddam has to deal with people getting hurt or finding new ways to fix things so they're workable. And one thing that I never saw at DO was bring everybody together as a team. And my freshman year, that was the biggest thing, together. I remember Hayden Fancher, after meets and after like home meets, we would all get together and we'd run a cool down. He'd start singing SpongeBob or something. And the thing was, we were all together and he would force us to stay as a group. And as the years went by, you know, it kind of did separate a lot, but it separated the most when Ed started taking more power, more control of things. He started separating his sprinters from the groups, and he never really got to know everyone else. As Mr. Saddam, Mr. Jackson, Coach Toe, they really took the time and got to sit down with kids and talk with them, see what they could do better, and learn from them so they can help them out. And Mr. Saddam has been doing a great job, and I support him, and I wouldn't like him to leave or stop coaching because of one bad decision, just like the football program had 2 years ago. I was on that team, played 21 games out of 21, that Eric Munson coached, and it was a disaster, so don't make the same mistake again.
Thank
Romero,
you.
what did you do in track?
Romero, what did you do in track? What was your event?
I was a thrower, and I didn't really get the time to get out and really talk to others because I would get out of school at 1 something. I didn't have a shift period, so right after that, I'd go to the track, grab the discs, start throwing. And sometimes I would practice up to 5 hours, sometimes even more. And sometimes Mr. Saddam would just stay out there videoing me and helping me, trying to see what we could do better to help me and others. And I also coached the Ohio Roadrunners throwing team. I helped their coach, I helped him with my coach. We gave them pointers, and we tried to help out as best as we could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Jesse Kuhn. Did I massacre that name? I'm sorry. Kuhn. Thank you.
It's a hard one.
I'm bad with names, sorry.
You did great. It's maybe a little jumbled. I wasn't completely prepared, but all due respect to Coach Saddam, I really just want to get the point across how great and really exceptional of a coach Ed is. And as far as track goes, you can see it. Like, I was a sophomore last year. I've been running under Ed for 2 years now, and as a sophomore, I was able to achieve things I really shouldn't have been able to, and that was due to Ed, because he really takes the time. He goes the extra mile. He goes home after he's done practicing with us. He looks up videos of workouts that Olympic athletes are doing, and he changes them how he thinks we can utilize them. And he knows what he's doing. Nordhoff shouldn't be able to compete on the level we have been. We're a school of 800, and this past year I was able to be on a relay that went to Arcadia. And for those of you who don't know what that is, I had on my left lane there was a team from New Jersey, and on my right lane there was a team from Utah. So it's a nationally known meet. So that's really cool that he is able to do that, and he is able to do that. So I think that's exceptional. But beyond the coaching, he puts life lessons into each practice, and he goes beyond the coaching to put life lessons into our practice so that I take away things that help me through school. He teaches us breathing exercises to help us during testing, and he knows how to make each practice personal with each person, and he really cares about us so that he's only been able to do a little sprint crew because that's what he's given, that's what he's coaching. And so the sprint crew that I was a part of has become so close. It is really like a family to me. I've been hanging out with them all summer. It's been great, and that was due to the atmosphere that Ed makes around us. And as far as him being able to head coach, the guy runs a business for a living, so I think he could handle all the logistics and stuff like that. But he really does go beyond what he needs to do as a track coach, and I think that's exceptional and be really hard to let go. And something Ben Edwards said last week that I really liked is he's beyond qualified, and he really is, and I think letting that go would be very hard to see. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Cameron, you're next.
I'll be quick. So one thing that's kind of nice about track and field is that it's so black and white. Football and soccer and all those other sports are subjective, based off of how the player does, how many touchdowns, how many rushing yards, blah, blah, blah. Track, you run a time, you're good. That's all you have to do. No one looks at anything else aside from your times. And I think that's one thing that comes from individuality. And that's one thing Ed pushes. He builds the team through individuals. Now, a lot of people may say that Ed may not be like that all-around team builder, but he pays attention to the individual. If he's given an individual, no matter what the caliber they are, they could be a brand new runner, they could be an elite runner, he will spend the time to build that individual. And that shows. Last year we had the team that went to Penn Relays. We were the top American team there. This year we had a sprint medley team that was second in the nation. Last year we won CIF finals for the first time ever. And we did that with 6 people. Homero was one of the scorers on that. Jevin was another scorer who was a pole vaulter, and the other 4 were the 4 members of the 4x8 relay team. It just comes down to how well the program is doing. I mean, essentially, I judge happiness and joy through success. And a lot of people may be out to track just to get community and to hang out, which is great. I love being out at practice, but I also love working. I love, as crazy as it may sound, I love putting myself through pain in practice, in races, because it hurts bad. But when you finish that race and you know you did the best you can do, there's no greater feeling. And that's one thing Ed really pushes. It's he doesn't take the best, he takes those that are willing to work. And he works with them to get them to work the best they can work. And also Angela was saying, in terms of just building the program. And Ed last year, for Penn Relays alone, raised close to $9,000 through the community by himself. Now, in terms of just funding, it's no secret that Nordhoff Track isn't the most rich program or rich school, but the fact that it was willing or able to raise that much money in such a short amount of time for one thing shows that he has the capabilities to build the program. So I think that's another thing to look at, and that's about it. So thank you guys.
Okay, that's the end of our this public comments. Does the board have any things they'd like to discuss in this issue?
So
On this issue.
On this
It's
issue.
So, okay, I'm a little confused. So we're not on the public comments number 5, we're actually doing 6.1.
It's melded.
It's melded.
Melded.
Okay,
I just
so-
figured it was a good time to mail it. We'll go to your comment as soon as we finish this discussion. Is that okay?
Okay, can I make one comment regarding Ed Tolo?
Sure.
Sure.
I just wanted to add to what everyone said. Ed Tolo coached my son when he was a youth, and he's a man of excellent character, and I think that it would be a shame to lose him as a coach at Nordhoff High School.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so, do you have any comments you wanted to make about this subject?
Sure, and I might pull up, Dave, your little email, because some of what you said and what people have been saying, I'm pleased that people in this community care about the students and about things happening at Nordhoff. And I appreciate that the school administration has the ability to listen and to think and look and process. I think that's what the community has sort of inspired us to do. And so when I look, someone said something about, it might have been Jake, students look to administration for role models. And I think this is a great example to do that. So you have administration who made a decision, and an email letter went out to parents and coaches. And then you had people who came and said, we disagree with that. And I think they did it in a nice manner. I didn't feel like we were at a protest rally. Although they were passionate and concerned. And then the administration has said, well, there's some things that were said that we want to look at again. And I think that's a great role model. Somebody that can say, well, we're not saying, yes, we were wrong, or no, we're right, or we're going to say, we hear you. And we're going to look at it. And I think that's really important, whether that's strictly about track or about anything. I mean, I think if you were a parent and you came outraged about the new book we were going to consider, that you would know that we're not just going to say, okay, next, right? That it has meaning. And your email, Dave, about enriching the lives and the track program and using this momentum to inspire has me hopeful. So I appreciate that you all are opening your minds to relook.
Yeah, I think that's the comments about groups joining together to create a way of young people to look forward to being when they're in high school. I think that's I love the idea of the Eagles and the Nordhoff football team working together. I think that's a good model to set for the community, because we are such a small community and we're very close. All of us, we know each other. We know each other's children. We know each other's grandparents. I mean, we're very involved with each other, and we really care. I think that's what, and you showed that. You showed your caring, which I really appreciate that. You have that sincere desire to make everything the best for our students. That's great.
If I could just add, I want to second what's been said here. The hard part about this is our administrators have to make dozens of decisions every single day that are going to make people happy or unhappy. That's just the nature of, I don't want to say the business, but the nature of education. And when parents are involved and their children are involved, and it becomes even more important. And I love the fact that this forum exists so that when there is a question beyond the normal about what's going on, that we do have an opportunity to talk about it. The venue really isn't in the offices in the high school, right? It's tough to get this many people anywhere. But I think it's great that we can have this conversation, as has been mentioned, that we can help support our administrators in both getting all the information that they could possibly get to make decisions, and to share with them how everybody feels. And the small role that we can play in that, I'm just really pleased that we can be a part of that. And I thank you for your interest and your support and being part of this community, because that's what it takes to really have a great school and a great school district.
Just one.
Go ahead.
No, I do want to express my appreciation for people coming and speaking to us. As you all know, personnel matters are limited ability to discuss in public, and I think all we can say is that we're pleased that you trust us enough to come and talk to us and be candid and be open and be fierce if that's what's required, because that's what's important. And I think my fellow board members join me in expecting that everyone here will put the benefits of the students first, and so I'm glad to see that people are taking another look. I'm always impressed with people who admit mistakes in public, because that makes you really vulnerable, but it's also a courageous stand, and it's a good example for our students. And so that's what I'm hoping that we'll see. I'm looking to see this progress, and we'll see. But thank you for coming.
All right, so
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
I don't know Coach Sedham. I don't believe we've met. I do know Ed. I had Roadrunners, and I do want both sides to hear that I heard you, and I appreciate that there's someone that you support, and I think that, I think Ed has accomplished some amazing things, and I think it would be sad to lose that for our future. So again, I don't know how you make a choice, but I just want everyone to know that your voices are being heard, and then decisions will move forward at future points.
So we're not making a decision about this issue, so we're going to just finish with that, and I'm going to move on to Alexandra Holdsworth. She has a public comment that isn't related to this.
Yes, good evening, fellow citizens. I came here at the last moment. I was at the pool with my family, enjoying the evening. So the first comment I had wanted to make was about Ed. The second comment I want to speak to is as a teacher in the Ohio Unified School District. I work at Toba Elementary School. I'm a second grade teacher. I've been in the school district for over 18 years, almost 20 years. And my comment is regarding the newly to be appointed Superintendent Andy Cantwell, which, by the way, Andy, congratulations. I think you're going to be an excellent addition to the school district. And while I am excited and looking forward to a bright future with you as our, at the helm of the school district, I'm here because the teachers in the Ohio Unified School District are currently the least paid teachers in the county. And I don't even know where we are in the state, but I know it's not good. And so as we're constantly looking at budgets, looking at salaries, it's really difficult to hear that, and I mean no disrespect at all, Andy, but that, I'm gonna look at my notes, sorry you guys, and I have to ask the board this, is how can a newly appointed assistant superintendent be worth the same cost in terms of salary and benefits as a seasoned, tenured superintendent like you, Dr. Bangster? And while I know you come to us as a highly qualified person, I don't understand how you can command the salary of someone that is paid the highest, in the top of our county, and then to be getting or commanding a salary like that when the teachers are the lowest paid, the lowest.
I need to speak.
I'm sorry, I'm super nervous.
I need to speak.
Yeah.
Yes, anyway, so I am coming to the board, and I came tonight, I don't like to speak in public like this because I get super nervous, but just to convey the feeling of myself, all the other teachers in the school district with morale so low, to please to think about how can we create some balance among salaries and to continue, I think it's been said many times before, to have your teachers as a top priority. And the last thing I was gonna say is I love what you said, Angela, and I totally agree. I think that the grass is greener when you water it. So let's do that. Let's invest in our teachers. Let's, not just even the teachers, but our administrators. I don't think besides the superintendent, I don't think our administrators get paid very well. And I just want to see our school district be and reach its top potential. So that was my final comments. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience through my nerves.
Dr. Bangser has a comment for you.
Well, it's actually not a comment.
Okay.
It's and there's a difference, Alex, between having a discussion in private, a debate in public, or just clarifying information. Okay? So I just simply can't let some of the statements you made sit without having corrections. So let's be clear, okay? My salary this year is $176,000. I don't know what it'll be in 2016-17. Nobody knows what it is, right? Nobody. We're waiting. I expect it'll be more than that. Then, had I been here in the 2017-18 year, one probably would assume it might be somewhere in the low 180s, perhaps, with some very small percentage increases. Andy's salary, which is identified in the contract tonight for the 17-18 school year, not this year or next year, 17-18, is $170,000. So I would say at a minimum, there'll be a $10,000 to $12,000 difference between his salary and mine. That's number one. Number two, actually, the difference between my salary and the median salary of superintendents in the county is significantly larger by percentage and obviously by dollars than the difference between the average salary of teachers here and the teachers in the county. So the gap is greater, and in my case, this is my 30th year as a superintendent. Far greater, in fact, probably greater than about 12 other superintendents put together. So I can assure you that I didn't come here for a high salary. I, as you know, took more furlough days than anybody else in the years we had furlough days. And right now, and I'd be happy to share with you, and I believe I've shared it with Angie along the way, and with Murr, your chief negotiators, I'd be happy to share with you exactly the data that speak directly to the difference between my salary as a superintendent and the mean in the county, with the mean number of years as a superintendent being about 3. Okay? So, and had you talked with me before those comments, I would have told you that, but I simply can't let those inaccurate statements sit as fact, because they're not. It is absolutely true that the salaries of the Ohio Unified School District teachers are deplorably low, as you said, the lowest in the county, by some measure of 16 to 18% below the mean. Everybody's salary in this district is well below the mean, and I think it's deplorable. And I've said from this chair for 7 years, I wish there were some things we could do to have addressed that over the period of time, but in fact it's gotten worse because we took furlough days when others did not. So those are the facts, and I hope I've done nothing in these comments except to state the facts.
All right, so we're moving on to our other business. So if you are not here and want to enjoy the discussions about the other things, the budget, the wonderful budget, and all these exciting things that we're going to be talking about, you're welcome to leave. We're now moving on to 6.2, the Ventura County Farm to School Collaborative. This is an information item. And I believe Lori Hammer and Suzanne Lukatoff are going to speak. Okay.
And we also have two others.
Yeah.
They're trying.
Okay.
Oh, are they working on it?
Okay, so Lori, Suzanne, let's see, Chris Massa, and Karen Schmidt. They are going to speak about Farm to School collaborative work right now.
It looks like it's on. I think it's just bright.
Is it warming up?
Sorry, I just can't let that sit. I'm the bottom. Well, except for Briggs. I'm talking about real. Remember the chart I sent you?
Yeah.
It was totally inappropriate.
We could see the screen on the computer, actually.
Yeah, we
Just bring it closer. Just bring it closer.
No, I can, yeah.
What are we looking at?
We're trying to see the PowerPoint that Suzanne is trying to get to work. It's on the screen. It's on the computer screen over there, but it's not coming through the projector.
It always does. It happens all the time.
Does it?
Murphy's Law, guaranteed.
I'm so sad.
Yeah. But you speak well. You know.
We want to
can-
see pictures of vegetables and fruit. Okay. Where's David when we need him?
Rule for the future.
I saw him riding down the street on a bike.
Rule for the future. Have handouts.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate to waste paper.
I know. That's okay.
How about the display button on the laptop? Have we tried
There's
that?
an F1 button. Usually you push that and that, yeah, you're right. Where it makes
I
it
have
go
that
through.
problem all the time.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
There's a little picture of a screen
screen.
on one of the F buttons.
It's usually F1, but not always. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm turning all the way down.
Yeah, there's not a, what do you call this? It's like a cap, like a lens cap.
Oh, okay.
I just turned my computer off.
What?
They match now. Oh, yeah, it's coming, something's happening.
Yeah,
there
we're
we
getting
go.
there.
Okay.
Kathy, any more air conditioning? Here? Well, try 65.
You're like, Marcus, that doesn't help. It doesn't do this. Turn down the temperature.
Yeah, it makes me feel better.
Yeah, we can get by with sleeveless things. You
Yeah, now
can't.
we're in business.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Because you know, once it starts working, it'll get freezing.
That's fine. You got where's your sweater? Let's see, I know you have. I knew you have.
Quick question. Do you get your 7-hour meetings catered by chance? Or?
Yeah, from Bonds.
Cheese and crackers. Cheese and
Bonds,
crackers.
cheese, crackers, grapes, cookies, same thing every month.
Diet Coke. Yeah.
That's impressive.
Suzanne, you're gaining on it. You're gaining on it.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
We should stand up. Let's stand up for a minute. All right. Sorry. Hey.
Is that too dark?
No,
it's good.
not too dark.
It's good. TV's on, but I don't care. Just stand up. So, all right. The TV audience is probably going, what is happening? Because they don't get to see the PowerPoint, do they?
No, yeah.
Anything
Like a
else?
live stream?
Straight through.
That's right.
She'll
One
talk.
take. Don't-
Pretty much everything she says.
Okay.
Just like Saturday Night Live.
I'm about 4 minutes from taking my jacket off.
Take it off.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off.
I gave up.
Yeah.
It's too hot. I mean, I'm even hot, and I have on practically.
I'm hot. I have nothing.
Minutes I'm rolling.
Pretty soon you'll see me going.
This is part of my weight loss.
That's what that's doing the whole time, too.
Here, pass these over to Kathy. These are all the speakers. Pass those to Kathy. Okay. Okay. There we go.
Apologize for that.
Okay.
Gave us a little break. That was good.
Okay.
Thank you for giving us time this evening. The Ventura County Farm to School Collaborative is here to meet with you, to share with you some of the exciting things that are going on in our district as it relates to nutrition services and farm to school program. Tonight I have with me 3 guests. We have Karen Schmidt. She is our Ventura County School Project Coordinator. This evening, Karen's going to be talking about a grant that we have been working with for the last 5 years. And she's going to give us some history and the status and some of our goals of this grant. Chris Massa is our gentleman here. He is an employee with Ventura Unified School District. He works as the Ventura County Farm to School Operations Specialist. He's going to be talking about the process and progress in the area of procurement, staff development, and a proposed food hub in our community. Lori is here, Lori Hammer, who's the Executive Director of Food for Thought, and she'll be reviewing some of the activities that Food for Thought Ojai is doing within our schools. To get us started, I would like to share with you a few aspects of our Nutrition Services Department. As you know, we have 7 school sites, and all of our sites are providing some sort of food program. All of our meals are following USDA guidelines. We are serving approximately 1,300 breakfasts and lunches a day. The goal of the Nutrition Services Department is to partner with the educational program. We are here as a service to provide to our students good nutrition so that they are able to learn during their school day. Farm to School is our first slide. It's not new. It's a nationwide trend that we have seen probably for the last 15 years. Every school district takes on their own meaning of what this is going to be in their community. In our community here, we have seen great growth in the last 10 years. And we're going to be telling you a little bit more about what we're doing. During the 15-16 school year, approximately 35% of the entrees served at lunch were coming from scratch cooking for our kids. We also are continuing to do fresh baked bread at our Nordhoff location, and those items are sometimes being shared with our junior high students. This past year, we spent $47,000 on fruits and vegetables for our students. When we look at the breakdown of that $47,000, about 75% of those dollars are coming from local farms. And when I say local, I mean within 150 miles of this district. We also have a relationship with a truly local farm, Poco Farms, and we are having them grow with us some carrots, some cucumbers, and a variety of lettuce products that are being used within our system. At this time, Karen's going to come up and she's going to talk a little bit more about our program with Ventura Unified Grants.
Thanks, Suzanne, and thank you very much for having us here today. In addition to being coordinator of the Ventura County Farm to School Collaborative, I've also been an Ojai resident for 16 years now. I have 2 kids, a husband, and many extended family members who are alumni of the school district here. And so I'm very pleased to be with you today. I'm also happy to say I've been a board member of Food for Thought Ojai for more years than I've been able to count. I wanted to note, on this slide with this great poster from World War I, that, when that program, that farm to school program was going on in the early part of the 20th century, most kids, most people actually grew up on farms, or were at most a generation removed from farmers. So they knew very well where their food came from, and they were still eating real, whole, scratch-cooked food. By the end of the 20th century, less than 2% of the population was living and working on farms, and most kids, and really most adults too, think that, or thought that food came from the supermarket or from McDonald's. Most of the vast majority of food that was being consumed by families as well as in school cafeterias was highly processed and traveled thousands of miles to get to our plate. In the early 2000s, Ojai and Ventura both were among the really pioneers in the country in recognizing the need to reverse that trend, for the importance of kids understanding where their food comes from, how it's grown, how that affects the environment and our community and their own bodies and health, and to teach them healthy eating habits, as well as to get better food, get back to real, whole, nutritious foods in the cafeteria, where for many kids that is the most important source of nutrition in their whole day. So, as I said, Ojai and Ventura both were pioneers. Ojai with the formation of Food for Thought. Ventura was, with the help of Jim Churchill up here in Ojai, launched one of the very early pioneering efforts to take local produce and literally throw it in the car and drive it to the school district to get it into the school kitchens. Ventura Unified School District hired Sandy Kerwood to run their food service department, and specifically charged her with developing farm to school programs. Along the way, she linked up with a number of other school districts, food service directors, to figure out, just on a purely, sort of volunteer basis, it wasn't necessarily something they were being asked to do by their bosses, but they believed it was important to figure out, how can we work together to do better for our kids, do better in the cafeteria, do better in teaching them about nutrition and agriculture. Happily, Ojai was part of that kind of ad hoc group that came together in the late 2000s, I don't know what you call those, but let's say it's around 2010. And then in 2012, in 2012, and I had been working with Food for Thought and with Ventura Unified, we managed to secure a USDA Farm to School grant, and had at first 5 school districts, and then a 6th school district joined us to, with some funding, to actually specifically work on how to set up the infrastructure that would allow schools to purchase local produce and get it into the kitchens. I think we all approach this with the naive assumption that how hard can it be? We're blessed to live in a county that still has lots and lots of productive farmland. In some cases, in many cases, the farms are right literally across the street from the schools. There are the fresh carrots, here's the school. Literally, seems like you could just walk them across the street. Of course, it turns out that school district procurement process, policies and procedures have something to say about that. Farms aren't used to selling to school districts, to institutions, and going through all the red tape that is sometimes involved. So it's a lot more complicated than it seems. We made some significant progress, and some of the numbers that Suzanne related and that you'll hear more of attest to the fact that we were able to significantly increase the percentage of food coming into the school districts from local farms. But we also learned that there were lots more challenges to be worked on, and that you really have to approach this in a holistic way. And you've probably seen some of the headlines particularly LA Unified has borne the brunt of some of the stories about, they developed all these wonderful, healthy entrees for the students, and they're all ending up in the trash. So, we understand that it's not just about creating healthy dishes and sourcing local foods, that you also have to teach kids about healthy eating habits. And of course, you have to continue to work the sourcing side of the equation. The good news, and Lori, I'm sure Lori has great stories about this, that when you get them young, and thanks to Food for Thought, we're getting them young, they grow up into high school students that are saying, where's the salad bar? And so I think we're, especially in Ojai, making great progress on teaching a lifetime of healthy habits. In 2014, our USDA grant came to an end. We were fortunate to secure a specialty crop block grant from the California Department of Food and Agriculture, a 3-year grant that enabled us to broaden our scope from just focusing on procurement. We are still doing work on school food sourcing, which Chris will tell you more about, as well as working on what are the skills and equipment needs of food service staff that would enable them to do more with our local produce. And then a whole bunch of activities around, on the educational side, around teaching kids about healthy eating. We were able to hire, Chris is our operations specialist, as well as hire a team of nutrition specialists that are working across the 6 school districts, which, by the way, because I doubt you can read it on the slide, Ojai, Ventura, Rio, Hueneme, Oxnard Elementary, and Conejo Valley, are the 6 school districts. So we have a team of nutrition specialists that is working across those 6 districts, including Ojai, working with teachers, with principals, with whoever is interested in, and with food service directors, to get Harvest of the Month programs and other education programs that Lori will tell you more about into the school districts. And also importantly, because they're working as a team across districts, I don't know how often that happens in other places, but it's been remarkably effective with the farm to school work, because the people working in small districts are bringing their experiences to the large districts, and vice versa, the districts that have a high free and reduced population versus the districts that have a lower population. So they're doing a remarkable job of sharing their learnings and cross-pollinating. Lastly, just want to say where we're looking to for the future. We have 1 year left on our grant, so we've got 1 more school year to continue building on the programs that we've created over the last few years. We are working actively to capture our learnings and experiences in some best practice guides to share with other school districts, and to help sort of institutionalize our learnings and experience for the next generation of folks who carry this work forward. We have a conference coming up this fall, October 14th and 15th. You're all invited. We hope to see many of you there to learn and share best practices around farm to school work, not only within Ventura County, but also around the region. This is a tri-county event with Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, and we're hoping to get some folks up from Los Angeles as well. And lastly,
where is that going to be?
It's going to be at Fremont Middle School in Oxnard.
Okay.
Yeah. The first day, incidentally, the first day, Friday, will be some tours to look at both farms and cafeterias. I think one of them is going to feature some of the work being done here in Ojai. We did a similar, we called it the Farm to School Bus Tour a couple of years ago, and it was hugely successful. So that's really fun. We're going to have a mixer in the evening at Faulkner Farm, and then Saturday will be a day of panel discussions, workshops, etc. So lastly, we are hoping that we're going to be able to secure resources to continue this work beyond our CDFA grant. both, to continue the good work that's already happening, and to expand it to other districts. We'd love for, every school district in the county to be part of this collaborative. Every kid in this county deserves to have great, healthy local food in the cafeteria and access to the kinds of educational and curriculum opportunities that Farm to School brings, especially, again, in a county like Ventura, which where agriculture is such an important part of our community and our economy. With that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who is our operations specialist. And
oh, sure.
Yeah. Before you sit down, when you talked about bringing in new school districts, is that a progressive thing, or are you kind of stalled? Where is that?
Well, there are a number of districts that are chomping at the bit to join us, and they're already, of course, they don't need to wait to join the collaborative in order to do Farm to School. Santa Paula, Oxnard Union, Ocean View are some of the standouts that are already working to implement Farm to School programs. The holdup for us is mainly resources. So for instance, we have funding for this nutrition specialist team, but they're already spread as thin as we can to serve 6 school districts. So to bring on more, but we are. Actually, we have a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. We've invited some other school districts to join us to begin thinking about how we can begin to integrate, collaborate, even in the absence of any additional resources.
So when the grant money runs out, then basically, what happens when the grant money runs out?
Well, and when the grant money runs out, if we don't have any additional resources, then we go back to where we were when Suzanne and Sandy Purwitt and some of the other food service directors were, squeezing a few hours of time where they could to get together and plot and figure out what they could do. We will lose, we won't have funds for Chris Massa or for this team of nutrition specialists.
Okay.
They'll lose a coordinator to crack the whip and set agendas and drive things forward. I'm very hopeful that we're going to find the resources to keep moving forward. Farm to School is, it's a national movement now. There is funding out there for this, and as well, we are hoping, starting with the conference in the fall, where we'll be offering sponsorship opportunities. It'd be great to have participating school districts sponsor the event. So we're hoping that it will also serve as a fundraiser for us.
How much was the grant money per year?
The CDFA grant was for a total of $400,000 over 2.5 years, so not quite 3 years.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
When you spread it over 2.5 years, and
yeah,
I think we've stretched it very well. We've gotten a lot of bang for the buck out of it.
Good. Thank
So
you.
I'm going to hand it over to Chris, who I just got a little email news alert that University of California 30 under 30. Yay!
Congratulations. Andy would have made that, but he's too old.
Chris, when you get to the point of the video, I'll go ahead and start for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my name is Chris Massa. Thanks for coming out, everybody, and I'm the operations specialist. And so just briefly, I kind of want to talk about, the benefits of buying local and why are we doing Farm to School. And I think we're all here because we have at the forefront the health and well-being of students in our mind. And so we want them to grow up as healthy as possible, and that starts with, healthy eating habits. So the benefits of sourcing local is that it's, nutritious and delicious. Any top chef would tell you that if you can get something harvested fresh from the field and on a plate, it's going to taste the best because it's going to have the most minerals and nutrients for your body, so you're going to recognize that right away. Also, fiscally, it's really affordable. So when I work with local farmers, we try to source everything seasonally. So, watermelon or tomatoes, when they're in season, they tend to be in abundance. So that's the time when the price is the lowest. So it really makes sense financially to source locally as well. And it also supports your local economy with farmers in the area. So there's two farmers, Aliso Canyon Ranch and King Ranch, who I was able to connect with over this year, who had persimmons and tangerines, and they didn't have an outlet for their fruit, and they were just small farmers, and we were basically able to come in as a 6-district collaborative and buy almost all their fruit, which they were so grateful for, we were grateful for. It was a great combination. It helped them stay afloat for, you know, another year, and that was just a really good kind of outcome of this type of work.
Chris, where are those farms?
Santa Paula and Fillmore. Let's see. And then, so I work a lot with local farmers in the area, and so when the grant started last year, we were working with 11 Ventura County farmers, and now we're working with 21. And like Suzanne said, we're sourcing 75%, or Ojai in particular is sourcing 75% of its produce within 150 miles. And the previous year, it was only 57%. And I want to say, you know, a large part of that is because of Suzanne. She is really flexible, really forward-thinking when it comes to farm to school, and just able to make it happen. I can call her and say, hey, you know, we have a bunch of cherry tomatoes coming in. She's like, okay, we'll arrange things and get it onto the salad bar so that the kids are getting the best, most nutritious food. So with that, in this next year of this grant, we're going to be really working on some sort of, I call it staff engagement, because I feel like a lot of the cafeteria staff have a lot of knowledge in the kitchen, and a lot of them want to get back to scratch cooking, and so we are trying to create recipes that are seasonal, that are, you know, somewhat easy, that don't require a lot of labor, that are delicious to get onto the salad bar. So we have a Harvest of the Month program where each month we feature a different farmer and recipe to go onto the salad bar. So this coming year I'm going to be working more closely with Suzanne to market that to students and tweak those recipes so that, you know, the students really enjoy them.
And is it just on the salad bar? It's not necessarily an entree?
Right now it's mainly just on the salad bar. It's not to say that we're not using seasonal produce in entrees, but with the educational component is our nutrition specialist team are going into the classroom and starting to do cooking in the classroom. So salad recipes are transferable to the classroom, so you don't have to use a lot of heat or, you know, anything like that. So I just wanted to show you, and maybe we can only watch just like a minute and a half of this, some of the educational tools that we're showing the students in the classroom that's come out of this grant.
Also done by Chris.
They're done by Chris.
Amateur filmmaker. That's what we won the award for.
It's actually very good, and it's not that long, but we
Okay.
also post these on our webpage on a monthly basis.
Maybe it won't work.
In the lower left. It's just loading.
Okay.
Hit the play button in the lower left.
So you're thinking about sort of generally where you want to break?
I was thinking 7:30.
Good.
I think it's just, yeah.
Broccoli is native to the eastern Mediterranean and has been grown in Italy since the 1st century. California grows 90% of the broccoli that's produced in the U.S. The peak season is from October to April. There are many varieties of broccoli, but Romanesco is probably the most stunning because it grows in a Fibonacci spiral. Make sure to ask your math teacher what that is.
Or your artist friend.
Something happened. This is it. Yeah, pause it. It's
broccoli is native to the eastern Mediterranean.
Yeah, well, backwards. Oh, we got the idea.
Yeah.
Very good.
Webpage and see them.
There you go.
But after that, we interview the farmers, so it's a chance for the students to meet the farm, because a big thing about this work that Karen said is we don't want this food ending up in the trash can. And I don't know the fact specifically, but I think kids these days in the US are getting about 4 hours of nutrition education for a whole year, and upwards of like 1,000 hours of, unhealthy candy, soda, commercial advertising. So we're just a small part of their day, and we're just trying to make it, in a media that they'll understand, and with gardens, with farmer in the classroom, videos, and then marketing on the cafeteria and delicious recipes. So that's what we're doing. And do you have any questions or?
Is there any thought to a way to let parents know that this is happening? Because I think I've heard some people don't buy the lunch because they're thinking back 5 or 6 years, and they're not realizing that the change is happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. I mean, and part of that is our lack of funding and resource. So we have created a Facebook page. We're having, our YouTube channel, and then we're trying to do more public outreach with this Growing Edible Education Symposium. And then that is a great point of thinking, how can we get, maybe school boards or principals, administrators support to getting it in newsletters, or just reaching the parents after school. So there's still work to be done, but I think part of that is we just haven't had a lot of time and effort to really market that piece, but we're looking into that.
Do you have your videos, is it available in Spanish also, or?
Yeah, well, it's not, part of it is in Spanish, so the first person that actually speaks on this, she's speaking Spanish, and then we do subtitles, but we don't have the English part translated to Spanish.
Okay.
But that would be very valuable.
Yeah.
Maybe we could find a local newspaper who would be willing to write stories about it.
Well, also, there's also the video production class at Nordhoff, and they, they do those kinds of things, and their programs are on Channel 10, the local access Channel 10, which I think is perfect. That's a really excellent. I mean, taking a high school student into the field in English and in Spanish, and then putting it on Channel 10. I think that could really make a big impact. So
yeah, that would be perfect.
And as far as fundraising, Suzanne, I was thinking, it's like if the PTAs could raise funds to get a little salad bar at the back to school nights or something, it'd be, obviously that needs to be funded to have the staff and the food to do that. But it'd be another way to have parents go, oh, look what they're serving, or what they had for lunch today, or whatever.
Lori will probably talk about this some, but putting my Food for Thought board member hat on, I want to say that this is I think going to be an important, major focus for us, certainly for me as a board member for the coming year, is how do we work with Suzanne and the school district to tell the great story and let parents and families know that this is not your
1990s.
School cafeteria, and we're talking about events, talking about how to help get people to get families to turn in that important free and reduced lunch form. We did our first food service school calendar last year, and we're going to do that again. It's going to be even more beautiful.
Yep, so that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Towards the computer, or towards that? Towards the computer.
It wants to show that video.
Oh, it wants to go through all the pictures. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. I'll just continue on this great conversation here. We've been a local partner with the school district since 2003, and Food for Thought was created to do exactly this, to do farm to school for Ojai Unified. And I've stood up here many times presenting our work, but I'm always glad to do it. And this time, as part of the collaborative, it's really exciting because we really could have been insular up here in Ojai, and our nutrition services department really could have said, insular? Ojai? What's Ojai? Hecklers.
We could have done that, and our our nutrition services director could have said, you know, we don't operate on the same scale as any of those big districts down in the flatlands of the county. We're just going to continue doing things the way that we do them up here, and that was not the direction that Suzanne went in. She has been collaborating with Sandy and the other nutrition services directors for years before, predating several years before the USDA grant, the first one. So the relationships were primed and ready to go when the USDA funding came through, and they were really ready to just jump right in and had already identified the key issues as being how do farms and schools talk to each other about getting the food to the kids. I mean, those had already been identified, and they were able to identify that as their goal. So really my appreciation in being part of the group is really because Suzanne was willing to be part of a larger group in the county and to help and really elevate Ojai's abilities because of that. So I sit alongside Suzanne on the steering committee of the Ventura County Farm to School Collaborative, and I sit with these two individuals as well. And I also sit on the Education and Outreach Steering Committee, and so we've been working on the Growing Edible Education Symposium, and we hear the reports about the nutrition specialists who are working across the county, and Food for Thought is able to offer input on strategies and planning going forward, and we're able to bring our experience at Ojai and be at the table, so to speak. And promotion within our own district really has to do, it is a team effort. Of course, it starts with Suzanne, and we go to our own Food for Thought Board of Directors, which Karen is a part of, and of course the Food for Thought mission statement, which is to support, educate, and inspire our local youth and their families to make healthier school choices. And our board of directors is really dedicated to that, and getting that information out to parents has been a priority of ours. We redid our website last year, so our website's all nice and shiny looking. We post Chris's videos on our website as well. We published the elementary school calendar this year, which has all the harvest of the month choices, who grows them, how they look in the field, how they look in the store, how they look in your cafeteria. We worked with Suzanne's staff. Obviously, they have the school menu in here. This is hanging up in the 3 large elementary families' homes because the 2 small elementaries don't have the same recipe as the 3 large elementaries. Our program coordinator, Shannon Hull, is sitting here in the audience. She works with Food for Thought. She designed this calendar with input that was these brackets were already designed by the collaborative. We were able to take the same graphics that they're using in the other districts and post them in the families' kitchens. We had these hanging in the garden shed, and one of the little girls like, oh, I have that same calendar at my house. Like oh, yeah, so how coincidental is that? But we also have, Chris, who's working with the farms. We have Amy, who's our district's nutrition specialist from the collaborative, who's working with Shannon, who's working with Suzanne, and we work together to identify that for Ojai Unified, the nutrition specialist was needed in kindergarten because that was a place that the kindergarten lessons, the kindergartners weren't necessarily out at recess time getting harvest of the month taste testing. And so our nutrition specialist who comes up works in the kindergarten classrooms, and the lessons they do are great. Tasting, they had 3 colors of cauliflower. I don't know if any of you guys saw some of the posts about that, but it was wonderful. This is dangerous. And we're able, together we strive to reinforce the messages and goals of the collaborative. And our partnership here is a little bit different because we are a nonprofit that's dedicated to farm to school in this district, and not all the districts have a standalone nonprofit that's dedicated to doing this. So I feel like we're really lucky in that respect, and Ojai doesn't get to say that about very many things, compared to other districts, but here's some place that we can really shine.
And so we're happy to be able to feature the Miners Oaks Cafeteria and Garden on the Growing Edible Education Field Trip Day and Poco Farm. So visitors on the tour will come to Poco and they'll get to go and see exactly how close and adjacent it is to Miners Oaks Cafeteria and the garden on that same day. That's October 14th. So the highlights of our efforts have included the calendar, the Lunch Monitor blog on our website. It has the most hits of any of our blogs that we put up. When we post the Lunch Monitor, we have a couple of our board members go eat lunch at the school, and they take all these pictures, and it's wonderful promotion of what's different about your school lunch now. If we could get that blog to go viral across people's Facebooks, and we do cross-post with Facebooks, but getting that information out, it really is an educational tool. You wouldn't read that blog and think, this looks just like school lunch from the 1990s. You would not think that at all. We also assist with direct support to nutrition services for trainings and supplies and subscriptions, kitchen equipment, and on a different note, also the elimination of the styrofoam trays. That's 8,000 styrofoam trays that aren't being used. And the Harvest of the Month taste testings are organized by Shannon at the 3 elementary schools, so that kids are tasting those Harvest of the Month produce items. And then we have school gardens, which are obviously a great way to promote seasonal produce. So promoting farm to school, that's Alice Waters in the picture with David and Jim. She is the chef behind Chez Panisse and one of the first promoters of farm to school in the nation. She's probably recognized as the grande dame of farm to school. Here we are in the gardens, cucumber fate eye mask and fresh salad going on there. The Topa Topa garden over there with the greenhouse with the water catchment system off the roof over there, and tasks at garden clubs. Garden clubs happen once a week at all 5 elementary schools, thanks to our stellar garden team of CJ and David, and we have many other educators. Here's the farm visit to Poco Farm. So Grace Malloy and her team were the farmer and the classroom farmers, paid by the collaborative grant to go into the elementary schools for 3rd to 6th grade and do all grades from 3rd to 6th. Came and listened to their presentation with goats and what they do at the farm, and then Food for Thought funds, 4th grade farm field trips, so all the 4th graders who already saw their farmer in the classroom at their school went to the farm, got to see everything up close and personal. I know Dr. Bankser was along and Andy went along on the Miramonte trip, learned all about goats, right?
Absolutely. Quadrupled my knowledge in 20 minutes.
The goats are listening to the lesson too. I love that.
So cute.
This is Casey Murphy, who works with Kobe. He's a great educator for the Boys Empowerment, the Boys Integrity Project, but he's out there with the chickens. And here's some pictures from our Lunch Monitor blog, right? Like, these are awesome looking lunches. And these are the ways that we're able to support Farm to School, the Ventura County Farm School Collaborative in Ojai Unified.
Hey, Lori, just a couple of things. I'm sure you have extra copies of that calendar somewhere?
I do. I
Okay.
brought these to leave here.
Absolutely, there you go. Okay, so, and then also, the only thing you didn't talk about, which I know you were so proud of, is could you just sort of delineate what the academic program is in each grade? Okay, because now, that's a really fabulous program.
So kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 5th, we're doing science-based garden lessons. Just going in line with science standards, plant parts. They're doing decomposition now for 5th grade. We're moving into that so we can use composting of worm bins. 2nd grade, they're doing a whole thing on growing the beans and then making wheat. Wheat's part of the environmental education curriculum for 2nd grade, and they're making tortillas and they're filling it with salad greens from the garden. So that's K1, 2, and 5. Grades 3 and 6 get 3 nutrition lessons a year, kind of offered each trimester, if you would say, of the school year. And those are USDA-based lessons, and they're taught by either volunteers for 3rd grade or dietetic nutrition professionals named Shannon in 6th grade, who goes into all the 6th grade classes to present those lessons. 4th graders go out to the farm, so that's grades
K through 6 with a curriculum component offered by Food for Thought, in addition to the weekly garden clubs on each elementary campus. And then when you get up to the high school, we funded 8 farm field trips for environmental field studies last year, 2014-15, and 10 farm field trips this year to Cocoa Farm for environmental field studies this year. So, and this year's seniors who just graduated, there's a small cohort of them in that environmental field studies class were kindergartners when Food for Thought started.
That's right,
so
that's right, yeah.
they've come all the way through, and I had pictures of them like out at the farm when they were in 4th grade, and we were able to kind of show the continuum of that. And it's really, like I said, really exciting to be able to say like, oh, High has this. So
It sure does. It really does.
And it's
really
how,
remarkable.
I mean, you know, you sort of think, wow, wouldn't it be great if you could go into every classroom once a month? You know, so this is happening 3 times a year. I mean, because you've got multiple
Yeah.
grades and multiple sites. So,
yeah, so there's a lot of
Coordinate.
enforcement and messages going on that are just kind of embedded in the school culture, really. And we're really lucky to have that and been developed by relationships across the campuses. Yeah, but yeah.
I know when they go to the farm, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
I mean, I took a group once and they were, you know, allowed to pick the snap peas off and eat them and.
And just one last thing. So just brag a little bit. You, Dawn, I don't care, Salvador, Annika, anybody who wants to brag about Miners Oaks, because that's an exceptional program within an exceptional program.
It's an exceptional program. It just happened to be a place that the garden could grow there because it was tucked in the back, and we had a lot of support from our administrators and our teachers back there too. And it's been wonderful to be able to really kind of use that as an incubator for projects and curriculum, because there's enough room to do that there. And now those worm composting bins they're actually being fabricated at the Nordhoff Welding Shop. They built the one for Miramonte that's going to be used, and they're going to build another one for their own campus. So we're really happy to see those connections starting to be developed.
Who cares for them in the summer?
We hire people.
Okay.
Actually, we have a recent environmental field studies graduate who's going to be taking care of school gardens. We'll be stipending him through the summer to be part of our team. And
my daughter is another
highly skilled labor.
I just want to say how amazing this is. Years and years ago, I learned everything I knew about Food for Thought from Marty.
Yeah.
And what do you mean you can't get food from a farm across the street? And give it to the kids? And it was like, no, you can't. Suzanne, thank you. And the Food for Thought team and all of the county support, this is just fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's not a problem that's exclusive to Ojai. Like,
Oh,
some people
got it.
be like, oh, you can't do that. Like, it happens everywhere. And so it really does take a collaborative effort, like this county-wide effort, to really help decipher the language difference between the two entities and then navigate through the red tape. And that's exactly what Chris has done. And he's provided that support for schools, and they need that, and support for the farmers, to be able to be that liaison that just doesn't exist really unless you create it. So happy to be a part of that. I would be so sad if we were outside of this and I was like, oh, look what they're doing over there. That's what we need. So yay for us, and thank you.
Okay, so I know this has taken up more minutes than you expected, so I'm just going to breeze through this. I wanted to just expand out all the pieces of our district that this program is touching. In some way large and in some way very small. But we do have our Farm to School program. We are doing something called California Thursdays, Harvest of the Month, Lean and Green Fridays, school site gardens, in-class education, taste testing, farmer in the classroom, and farm field trips. Harvest of the Month, these are the items that are being highlighted each month across the Ventura County districts. So Chris makes the connections with the farmers. We purchase the product. It goes on our menus, and our students are enjoying education, taste testing, and nutritious foods on the school cafeteria line. California Thursdays highlight, we do this in Ojai, you may not know, but every Thursday the menu is highlighting California grown or processed foods. For example, I might buy a pizza product that is a California business. They are using 90% plus California products, and then we get it and we top it with California grown vegetables. And alongside that, we serve our California grown produce. So that is happening now on Thursdays. We also are doing Lean and Green Fridays. You may not know that every Friday we are doing a vegetarian choice, plant-based menu options for our kids. You may know this program is Meatless Monday. We are taking the Friday option, which is called Lean and Green, and we are doing that on Fridays for our kids. This area, we're doing things like homemade chili. We have a pasta dish with edamame and cheese cubes. We had a baked potato bar day, and we're hoping that the kids are learning that there are satisfying meals that don't include a beef patty or some sort of chicken product. So we're hoping that this will continue. I am planning on doing this next year. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you are pleased with what's going on.
Oh, it's awesome. It's fabulous.
Can I just ask one more question?
I have questions too, so yeah.
Everybody, well done, very well done.
Dawn, I know you have, your leadership kids do a lot at the making sure that food and that waste is going in the right.
On the other end of it all, yeah.
Are you seeing that what they're saying in terms of it's not like LA where these meals? I mean, do you know? Are the kids or Suzanne? Maybe you know.
I hang out by the trash cans a lot. That's kind of where I like to hang out, and we have hit and miss days, and I go and talk to the custodians and say how heavy were the trash cans today. It's a great indicator. And I have the menus broken into 3 seasons, of fall, winter, and spring. I meet with our team, I meet with Food for Thought, we talk about what's working and what's not working, and what's not working gets taken off. So I'm trying something new.
Jane, if you haven't seen it, you ought to go on the Monty's Oaks website and see the video that the students produced, where they just
the trash
they
sorting.
They showed
push hundreds of pounds of trash into piles, and obviously that's what they're all about over there.
Yeah.
One thing that you don't plan for is how weather can change your palate for a day. And last year I put homemade chili in the fall menu. That was not very smart because fall is so hot here. And so, it's 100 degrees and I'm serving chili and cornbread. And so that was a mistake. So learn from your mistake and change it.
Wow. Do you do any gleaning? Like there's orchards, home orchards around where people have extra apples, and I mean there's local individuals that do glean orchards.
That is an area that I have not dabbled in, and I would need to see how the health department would manage that with us.
Yeah.
Because all of the farmers that we do work with, we do get documentation on insurance.
Right. Yeah. I figured the health.
Food safety is one of the reasons that it's not as simple as
Right.
carrying the produce from one side of the street to
No,
the
I understand completely, and that's important. That's really important. So, anyway, just the thought. All right, thank you so much. That was fabulous.
Thank you so much
Wow.
for your time. I know it's been a long evening.
Well, we're going to take a little break now. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So we're going to come back at 10 minutes to 8, everybody. We're going to take a quick break, all right? And you're welcome to join us in the boardroom or the conference room.
Thank you,
We're gonna have a
Lori.
we have cheese and crackers.
It's pretty cool, Callan.
So,
it looks great.
It really is cool. Okay, Kathy, would you pass that around?
Jess is texting me with baseball.
Baseball. It's like, it's June. Oh, that. Oh, that baseball. Coastal Carolina. Playing Coastal Carolina? Who? Yeah, is it over?
You might already have one.
Is it over? We got some
I had lunch and dinner combined at 4 o'clock. No, I haven't had lunch. All right, here we go. Thank you. You're welcome. So exciting.
It's hard for school districts to say, like, oh, we're just going to
Sandy, so remember that chart we saw, I don't know when it was, maybe it was last year when we had teacher negotiations. And we showed our teachers were like 20 out of 20. And then it showed our, it showed
I think at that time he was closer toward the median. Yeah, a year ago.
So what is he now?
He's second to last. If you look at, so there's 20 school districts in the county, but a few of the smallest ones like Mugu, or they don't have a pure superintendent, they have superintendent principals, or they have superintendent and part-time teachers at some of the 40 student districts. So yeah, there's 16 or so that actually have superintendents, and the only individual who's paid less is a gentleman named Jeff Turner. He is Mason, the second district that's in Summits. It has 600 students. So of any district that has more than 700 students, Hank is actually last. The median across the county is about 204 for superintendents. So Hank is, you know, the teachers that districts, they're 83%. You know, did you see that? The way they 83% of the median, but they calculate that based on assuming that their median is going to go up by 5%. They're currently 87%, but they know that across the county that most districts are getting 3 to 5%. So they calculate after that. If you calculate based on what they currently are, which is their 87 cents on dollars, what they're getting paid, Hank is actually, as he said, he's getting paid less on the dollar. If that's what you look at it to the median.
Do you know what?
It's about 85%. Yeah.
I know that's the perception up there, before I ran.
Which again, only a couple of years ago, he was much closer toward the mean or median, but then when the district started having 10% increases for superintendents also, or when there's turnover, it's extremely rare that when there's turnover that the incoming superintendent is paid even the same amount, much less often than he paid less. So what's more common is that you have a Trudy Arriaga retire from Ventura, and the guy that replaces her makes more. She starts off making more than she did, even though she was there for 14 years as superintendent.
That's going great.
It's usually because the market does not keep, or annual negotiations and salary increases does not maintain what the market increases are. And so when you have someone stay in a position for 10 years, then by the time that they're leaving, if you actually look at where the market is now, it's far surpassed what they're doing. Yeah, he's only right. Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. That's it. Yeah, they're talking about Harrison Barnes is going to get $20 million, and he's the 5th best player on that team, the 4th best. He'll be making he'll be making more than 50% more than Steph. Do you watch basketball?
Oh yes, that's what our family.
Okay.
That's our family.
We are big basketball fans as well.
All right.
Yeah, I actually put together an analysis of superintendent salary, and then sent it off to the county, and they confirmed the numbers as well. So now the county's using it, but I'm not sure if I've ever shared that. I may send it to Angie just so she does have that information.
But I got to text from another teacher.
Fortunately, like I said, it's just one topic, so it would be nice to like this presentation.
I mean, I understand being upset, but I think it's
Right. The broader issue, I can't argue with. I mean, the reality is that for a superintendent, compensated double what a teacher is, and that's a broader conversation of sometimes misalignment between value and overall mission to executive compensation, that sort of thing. But if the concern is comparing the peers, then few positions within a district that actually are more out of line, especially for me, given this experience. I can't think of any position in the district that's more out of line relative to peers than me, given this experience.
That's why I'm not a big
You're amazing, Tom. Like, he's got his whole,
Well, it's just that she enjoys it, so she's the one that is on there, but yeah,
See,
not for me.
if anything wrong gets said, they have to
How are you? How are you? I don't know if you but I wanted to ask
But we have Roger back today to put in some new ones. Nice guy, so I appreciate that.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was gonna do Jackie, but I figured everything I'm doing is like towards special ed, and I don't think.
So this is the last meeting of...
Sure, yeah, I'd be honored to. Enjoy that. Yeah, I might be off for a couple days beginning of August, otherwise I'm here every day this summer.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Hard summertime, everything everywhere, you know, like, you field work. You know, you need field work hours, which is why we have all these board meetings lately.
Yeah.
But, and we've been just doing LCAT on Saturday in my class.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if it's, I don't know. I just think there were a whole LCAT on Saturday.
I think the broader conversation likely occurred at our public hearing meeting.
Okay.
So, you know, just as all of our meetings, they're online if you want
Yeah.
to see how that conversation went.
Whatever you're most comfortable with.
So where's the program through?
California.
Oh, okay. How long have you been in the program?
Not very long. It's started beginning of June and it goes into February, so it's super quick.
Well,
Oh, wow.
the facilities in general, yeah. Okay.
So who is the primary instructor?
I have Trudy Ariaga and Joe Roberts, the two that I'm doing, and then Barbara Wagner, who is a former superintendent in Ventura County.
Actually, I
And
do.
she does a lot
I
of
think
consulting
yeah,
and throughout
yeah, I have.
and then we've had a superintendent from Northern California at an amazing high school that has like $1 bajillion. Dublin High School up there, and it's like an incredible program. So far I've been really impressed with the quality of the instruction.
Yeah, oh, they have, right. Oh, they have it's a terrific program. They've got great instructors and a lot of local, you know, the top tier.
Yeah, so far everyone has been a superintendent or superintendent, assistant superintendent. And I think that the quality of the students has been really high, so it's really thoughtful education. It's a hybrid, so every 2 or 3 weeks you're like 14 hours on Friday and Saturday, Friday night and all day Saturday, you know, and then the rest is online. So it's really intensive when you're there, it's really intensive. But I think it's been a really, it's been a really enlightening program in a short time.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the district is in a better position than it was 3 years ago.
I always have on, but then to see it in the broader spectrum.
That's great. That's great you're taking that class. Taking that program.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, yeah, just shoot me an email if you want to time.
I will, perfect, thank you.
It's even much more of a, yeah, exactly, and not only that, but it's also, I don't know, I see more the point of, okay, the schools are way too small, because even the larger ones now just last 30, 40 students.
Jane, do you want me to send you I'm going to shoot an email tonight just so she has the information. Do you want me to email you the I may not be going out until about midnight tonight.
Fun to see you. I appreciate that. So we're getting that desk. So I promise, you know, no worries. No worries.
Okay, so we're just missing our superintendent. You know, it's so interesting to think about my childhood growing up with my grandmother in a dairy farm and all that stuff. So, hey,
Just stopped and say hi.
That's nice. Oh, well, you know, there's no decision hangs not recommending a person. So it's being brought to the law. But Ed is not dismissed and Dave is not dismissed. And they're gonna take some time to look at it. So it was kind of, you know, push against something and it moves, and you're like, oh.
Is this Andy?
Yeah, it
Andy
is.
and Mark Waters.
Very nice to meet you. You too.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Excited?
I am.
I'm going to stay standing as long as possible.
Yeah, and that's probably not a bad idea. Although I hope we're closing in on it. We've still got
We have, well, I have no idea. Depends, well, it depends on how many questions we have for things. The budget is pretty straightforward.
right.
So,
They haven't had dinner.
yeah, the LCAP, I don't, it's pretty much what we did last time, so I think we're,
There are a lot of items, but
yeah.
hopefully not a lot of time.
That's what I'm afraid of. Just let them easy. Getting everybody together.
Mr. Edwards.
He didn't speak. He wasn't here. I don't envy him. He's out of town on business. Okay. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you. Meeting is going to come back into order. Okay. So now we're on to 7.3, and the first item under that is 7.3.1, the Nordhoff Medical Terminology ROP Textbook Adoption. This is an action item.
Okay, well,
Gonna speak about it.
Dave's still here. Hey, Dave. Good. Okay.
On behalf of our medical terminology class, our Health Science Academy, I'm here to present and ask the board to adopt a new textbook that we would like to use, that we feel the reason we're moving to this new textbook is that it aligns with the county's ROP medical terminology curriculum, and by aligning with that curriculum, we hope that we will be able to offer our high school students college credit through the VC Innovates grant.
What is ROP?
Regional Occupational Program. So it's related to the Career Technical Education Program.
Any questions, Dave?
Didn't we just approve something for the medical?
It was a different book.
A different one.
Yeah, it was like emergency.
Emergency medical.
So this is in addition?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this will be funded by the VC Innovates grant, so the money is not a pocket of the district at all.
It's a great resource, that grant, I'm telling you.
Amazing.
We got more stuff from that grant.
Yeah.
And what pathway is that connected to?
Health Science Academy.
I came and looked at it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I looked at it too, so. Nice book.
Yeah, again, sorry it's paperback, but
Yeah.
because I worry about how long they'll last, but it looks
Right.
wonderful.
but a lot of words, man. I could actually talk to a doctor if I looked. But
Do we have any questions for Dave? Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
And accept.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Thank you very much.
That was easy.
Okay. Okay, now next one is ELA, ELD pilot materials for kindergarten, and Don Damianos is going to speak to us about that.
Hi, mine's actually elementary, not just specific kindergarten.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sixth grade. Yeah.
I'm going to give you an update on where we are at in our adoption process with English Language Arts and English Language Development Curriculum. You'll hear me call it ELA, ELU from now on.
Okay.
As you may already know, in the fall of 2015, Marilyn Smith and I attended a toolkit workshop at Ventura County Office of Ed. This toolkit guides our district through the adoption process, and we also attended a publishers fair at VCOE in December, where publishers displayed, introduced, and answered questions about the ELA, ELD programs. This past year, we were able to assemble a strong team of teachers for our adoption committee. This included representation from all sites and all grades K through 8. This group met throughout the spring to determine which programs to pilot, as well as the timeline for piloting and adopting. The committee then took a field trip down to Ventura County Office of Ed to their library in Camarillo and spent an entire day combing through all of the programs and the materials. We then divided our committee into two teams, an elementary team and a junior high team. The elementary committee members narrowed the field down to 3 publishers, and then we invited the publishers up to Ojai to present their curriculum. From there, the teachers determined the top 2 programs, and we're preparing to pilot those programs for 6 to 9 weeks each in the upcoming 2016-17 school year. Materials are currently on display, I was going to say in the superintendent's office, but they're here for you, so you don't have to walk that far. And this August, the elementary teachers will devote a portion of their August 22nd professional development day to attending a training by the publisher to prepare them to use the materials in the classroom for this fall. In 2016-17, each teacher from the committee will pilot both programs. In the spring, we will determine which program meets our needs as a district. Our goal is to have a new ELA, ELD curriculum in place for the 2017-18 school year.
Great.
And Jamie, you had questions, you thought?
Well, I love that the teachers are piloting both. That's different from what was done with math, I think.
Exactly.
So that, you know, instead of hearing, okay, well, she liked that program because of this, I like this
Right.
program, you're actually experiencing, so that's exciting.
It is.
My question is, so the K through 6, and we're gonna be talking about junior high after this, what, the 6th grade, there's that 6, 7, 8.
6 was
Yeah.
a beautiful spot because
Right, know that
they
too.
could look at the materials that were K6 and they looked at materials that were 6-8. So
That's good.
in some ways they had more to choose from, say, than the elementary or the junior high. And so the junior high teachers were with us for our initial training and meeting, and then they went down to BCOE for the field trip and looked through all the materials. And 6th grade teachers felt strongly about the 2 programs that they're going to be piloting, which were K6. But they were not limited to that. They could also pilot a 6-8 if they felt strongly about that.
Okay.
They're the drivers in this process.
Right.
Marilyn and I are hanging on and facilitating and getting them what they need, but they get to make a lot of their decisions and all that.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. Any other questions? This is an information item, so.
Well, just as a comment, I thought they were very entertaining and engaging, the ones I looked at, and I think that's really helpful.
It'll be interesting to see after they've got to use them in the classroom, all the hands-on, and, you know, you look at something, but then when you try it out and use it with the students and get into it, they'll find things that they think are really strong, or is this not so strong in this program? So we'll be meeting again with them several times to get their input.
What are the names of the 2, just for?
Sure, the elementary chose to pilot Hoot Mifflin Harcourt's program called Journeys, and also another program called Benchmark, by Benchmark called Advance. And the junior
Look at
high is
Vanna White.
looking at Springboard.
Yeah. Well, and actually, I do have one question, because this made me think about it. So this benchmark, I was looking at the kindergarten and 1st grade ones. I mean, it looks beyond what a 3rd grader should be doing, to me. So what happens if, I mean, do you have teachers at all levels?
Yes.
And what happens if K through 2 go with this one and 3 through, is that not?
That's the beauty of having them pilot both, first of all. And then I can't predict what they're going to feel strongest about which program. So we'll have to come together and we'll have to talk and we'll get everyone's input. And we do have to adopt one program. We can't say, well, this will be great for K-3 and this will be great for 4-6. It's going to be for everyone. So we'll all get together and talk and see if, you know, a majority agree on a program, and can we decide as a committee to, you know, put our confidence in this program and go with this program. So, because it's possible someone may not be as huge a fan of one program as the majority.
Though what I remember from the math, it was even, you know, even those who chose the one that we didn't choose felt good about the one
Correct,
that they.
right. And part of that is being able to investigate it deeply, just looking at it at first and then using it in the classroom. So
Using it is the key because, yeah.
Is there a sort of a 1 or 2 sentence description of the difference between the 2?
I can speak to what the teachers
Yeah.
said just after their first
Sure.
initial glance, which is different than diving into it. with Benchmark Advance. The committee was enthusiastic about that program at their first look at it. They felt that the assessments mirrored the SBAC test that the students take. It had a strong integrated and designated English language development component, and activities were complex, and they had a high DOK, depth of knowledge. So they also thought that the teacher's edition was easy to navigate. With Houghton Mifflin, the other program, they said it's somewhat familiar because that's the publisher that we currently use now. However, it includes common core shifts in ELA and ELD, and the components that go with the program are available online. So those are some strong points they noticed about the programs on first glance.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. All right. So now we're going to move on to 7.3.3, and this is textbook recommendations for junior high.
So there's a lot of writing here. Thank you to Leah Kirk, and I know Bill was involved in this, but I'm going to ask Marilyn, who guarantees that she knows sufficient information to help us through this.
That I can answer.
Yeah.
Grades 6 through 8 didn't quite have the number of publishers that K-6 had, or K-5, the quite a few publishers of just K-5. And when we went to the first publishers event in December, Leah Kirk, who teaches English at North, and Cindy Israel were both there, and I was there, and Don was there, and Bill. And we sat in this workshop, the springboard, and they're trying to sell us their product. But we were duly impressed with the product. We liked it for a lot of reasons. It had a strong writing component. It was rigorous and would articulate very well with the high school. And that was something that the junior high really wanted to look at. They wanted to make sure that 8th graders moving on to Nordic High School would be ready for a rigorous college prep English class at Nordic. So it's published by College Board, so you can kind of see the rigor comes from the College Board mentality. It's not published by a main publishing house like McGraw-Hill, or Mifflin, Harcourt Brace, all of those, Pearson, but it's published by the College Board, so it's a little different in that way. Then the next step after that December visit to this publisher's fair, we took our field trip, as Dawn mentioned, with the entire committee. So it was the K-8 committee went down, including Joel. It's really important for Joel Topping to weigh in because he teaches ELD. We want to know, does it have a strong component of ELD to use both integrated within an English classroom and designated? Those students, set levels 1, 2, and 3, who need to be pulled out for 30 to 45 minutes. And Joel felt strongly that this one surpassed really any of the other publishers they looked at for that reason. And then the English teachers, of course, they look at it with a little different lens, and they wanted a strong writing program, and it really had that, and the depth of knowledge. The questions, the DOK, very strong depth of knowledge. So for that reason, they went with this. There was a second place, but it was so far below. They really feel this is what they want.
Any questions for Marilyn about this?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
So I'm glad you separated the ELA and the ELD, because first when I saw this, I was like, oh, Leah Kirk? Because I'm thinking ELD, I thought it was Joel Topping.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
because I know we did something last year, we purchased a new online, something that he's using on the computers, I think.
That's right, for his supplemental use in his ELD classroom.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
this is, okay.
It was called language, I think. Yeah.
I just want to share an anecdote. My kids went through Matilaha and went to Thatcher from there. And I had their freshman English teacher up there tell me that the students who have come to her from Matilaha are some of the best writers in her class. So whatever
Very
they were
cool.
doing there, are still doing, I'm sure.
That's
Is
good
wonderful.
to hear because I know it's a high priority.
Yeah.
To be able to write well,
Mm-hmm.
persuasive, all of those different genre in writing, I think that's a real high priority for our English staff in the town.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Very nice.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve these for Matilahaw?
I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. All right, so we passed that one. Now we're moving on to waiver of diploma requirements, requiring successful completion of the adult education program. This is an action item, and I did get an email from Francine Nelson about this particular student, and she said that he has a seizure disorder, which is
Right.
why this was, they're asking for the waiver.
And actually, it's a waiver of just half of the units anyway.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah. It's just the PE units.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. None opposed. All right. Now we have an MOU between OUSD and BCOE regarding the Career Technology Education Incentive Grant. This is an action item. And I think, Andy, were you going to speak about this?
Yeah,
Or
go
was
ahead.
Hank going to speak
Go
about
ahead,
it?
sure.
We are entering now, I believe, our third year partnering with BCOE for the, actually now two
Someone
separate
to find out what that
CTE
is.
grants.
What it is.
This contract mirrors what we
Hey,
signed with them in
piqued my
the
interest.
15-16 school year. So it's a familiar contract to us. We're excited that we actually are seeing an increase in funding for the 16-17 year, up to $350,000 for 7 career pathways.
It's fabulous.
I noticed in the, on page 2 of 14, at the bottom of the second paragraph, it talks about opportunities for middle school students also. And-
That's right, exactly. They're reaching down, and in fact, I think I wrote to you, but it was buried in a whole lot of other things. We're moving the program that Heather Farley had, and now Michael Swank has, right?
Okay.
Right? And Michael's going to be teaching a section of that at Matilahaw next year.
Excellent, so that'll
So
be.
there's going to be.
Is that digital?
Well,
Digital
yet to be
design.
determined. He's so creative, I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen about 11 pages worth of things.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see what he actually comes up with, because he's going to be building the program to a great extent around the students' interests. But he has about 4 years worth of stuff, that he could share with them.
Is this part of the wheel, or?
It will be part of the wheel. Yep.
Wouldn't it be exciting to bring back a few options, like a drama class?
Well, that was part of the concept of the middle school. I mean, you can do it without a sixth grade, but it's easier if you have more people. So we'll see. Anyway, the wheel is changing.
All right.
The wheel is changing.
Do we have any questions about this? Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. All right. Moving on to business and operations facilities, 7.4.1, our LCAP adoption. And Marilyn is going to speak about this. Our favorite reading.
We have several hats tonight.
Yeah, you do.
We talked about the LCAP on June 7th, and I think it was really helpful to get the public input, because as you noted on the new LCAP, I added quite a bit, giving context to advanced placement, because there were a lot of questions on advanced placement, and I know Michael in particular talked about maybe adding some context that would kind of help the reader understand.
Could you just get us to that page? So your context, or your change is.
I couldn't
Okay, okay.
see what I was
Okay.
doing.
She'll get us there.
Where's section three?
She'll get us there, she'll get us there.
Section 2, goal 3.
Yeah, really. And it's not easy.
I
It's
know.
not easy.
Without rereading the whole thing.
I see a 1% improvement in AP on page 10, but there's not much more about it there.
You have something, Kathy? What are you looking at? Okay.
It's in the annual.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
31, I think.
31?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, in the annual update, I wrote down a little summary for all of you that maybe with the email situation that they got it. Okay.
We did have email challenges in the last week.
So it's this
Big time.
Apologize.
That's it. Okay, that's all right. Just sort of take a breath.
32 of 53.
Take a deep breath.
Take a breath, okay.
In the annual update, you'll note, that's the part that we do what we said we were going to do. So at the end of each goal, each of the 5 goals that we had in the previous LCAT, you'll see a box. ACOE calls it the magic box. So that's where you explain things, you give context, you might say what changes are coming. So those boxes, after each goal in the annual update, kind of give that explanation. So you'll note on page 31, that's where we added quite a bit about advanced placement.
Yep.
Because there
Yep.
was a lot of input at the public hearing on advanced placement.
Remember, we had a lot of conversation about percentages, and then we actually did a little research. And, well, let's just put it this way. There was one year that was inaccurate. I don't know what else to say. So, yeah, it was. So that's fine. So we corrected it. But, basically, when you're thinking about Nordhoff graduates taking APs through their programs, we're right about in that 65-70% range, which is creditable. I mean, it's a little above average, and I think one of the items that came up in that conversation, the percentage that passing, mean 3, 4, 5 on an AP exam, is so often related, at least in part, to the percentage of students taking the test. Right? There's this just ridiculous criterion that's emerged in the last 15 years, I think I might have mentioned this, about ranking high schools based on the number of AP tests that their graduates take as the only criterion for determining the quality of high schools. It's ridiculous, okay? And they don't even ask about the passing rate. There's some schools out there where the seniors average 5.5 or more AP tests, okay? And their passing rate is like 45 or 50. So, I mean, I think this is great information, and it's a really good response to what we talked about. But somewhere in that 2/3 plus range is about where we tend to be, right? I think it's 76 to 61 is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think Dave made such an articulate point when he said the goal at Nordhoff High School is to get them ready for college.
Right, stretch.
And to experience the rigor of college level work. And so they encourage enrollment in advanced placement. And so the enrollment is important, but maybe the pass rate is not as important as the enrollment, because maybe if you did long-term studies, you would find that those students who were enrolled in advanced placement do fairly well in college because they've been exposed.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. As in the context of this conversation, I just read an article the other day that talked about aggressively promoting taking AP, because even if you don't score high,
Right. You've had the experience.
well.
You've had the experience.
So, is there a way? I guess so. I caught that, right. We have more folks taking it, so we're applying it more broadly. But is there a way to capture that sort of as a backdrop for the pass rate? Because it's hard to make that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to make that connection.
You mean the number of students taking it?
Our pass rate is low because the number of.
Oh, we can get
test
that.
takers is high.
We can do that. That's a very easy chart to create.
Okay.
We can do that.
Yeah,
We'll go back.
Really make it clear, because this is
Absolutely.
very laudable, and
Yeah.
I hate for it to be misunderstood.
We can absolutely do that.
Yeah, that can be done, and that is one reason we have these boxes, to kind of give context to that and explain it, but not everyone's going to believe that.
Oh, because it's
Yeah.
really tiny writing.
Well, my glasses on, it's 8 font, so it's hard to read too.
Another point about this that I don't think we talked about, but that I certainly noticed, is by enrolling in those courses, the students are surrounding themselves with other students that are striving for
Exactly.
more. And that's almost as important as the class materials and the tests and everything else. It's that peer pressure to do good.
Yep, and peer pressure, as we know, having raised teenagers, is extreme.
Yeah.
When we look at the LCAP as a whole, I think we look at it as a planning tool. That's really what it is. It's really a dynamic document. It can change. As you saw in the annual update, we had 5 goals, and then we've condensed it to just 4. And I was delighted to listen to Food for Thought, Suzanne and her group, because if you note in goal 4 of the new LCAP, you'll see a lot in there about farm to school and healthy eating and kale being the vegetable of the month in January. You'll see a lot in goal 4 about that. And I get a lot of that, or Suzanne shares a lot of that with me because she knows our community cares about health, physical and mental health. And so that's why you'll see a lot of that in goal 4 of the new LCAP. So I was really delighted it went hand in hand with what the LCAP is all about. I think that's really all, unless you have questions. I can't emphasize enough that it's really a dynamic document. You know, it's a 3-year plan, but we're always looking at it through the lens of student learning and student achievement. And so I think, you know, it's not the old compliance model. We set our own metrics. It's not the federal government setting the metric. It's an empowerment model. We, as a community and as a district, are empowered to make our own changes as we need to. And I think if we will continually review, reflect, and evaluate our activities, we'll get increased and better results. And so I want you, the board, to think of it as really a dynamic document. So that's it. Unless you have other questions. Yeah.
Make sure I'm understanding something. I was looking at the bullying complaint numbers on
what page?
Page 43, going from 27 in 14-15 to 57 in 15-16. Then I also noticed what you were talking about in the magic box, right? That you're going to start tracking actual bullying incidents instead of reports.
Yes.
So my question is this increase because of heightened visibility and more reporting? And is that why we're going to actual incidents versus reported incidents?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. In fact, Janine Murphy, I've mentioned her many times, is either finishing or will finish soon her report for 2015-16. You'll see exactly the source of these kinds of things. You know, in some respects, what I like to see is it was reported, it was investigated, and it wasn't a bullying incident, okay? And in most cases, we're finding that the students now are becoming more and more comfortable with saying, I feel uncomfortable.
And that's a good thing.
It's a good thing. Therefore, the numbers go up, then the principal is, well, Dawn, you can speak to it. Principal, it's a kid thing. I don't know what else to say. Is that if it's just one kid not being a little mean?
Right.
Okay, you know?
So it does open the door to address it.
Exactly,
and
right.
Sit with them and work through it, but it may not be a bullying incident.
Right.
So.
Right, and that's where Janine can separate it out for you. But I think we're on the same page here. I see it, you know, these two numbers sort of define the ends of the continuum. It's more been in the middle. This past year, I think, though, this is now, Janine's been through this now 3 years, and she is engendering that kind of environment, you know, to have people step forward. But and I guess I wouldn't even want to speak. I see it in the 30,000 foot range, but maybe if you could just speak to, where do you think we are now? Where do you think we were this past school year compared to when we started this program on anti-bullying?
I think it's true, students are more comfortable with talking about we're having a conflict, and when it comes to bullying, you know, Janine comes into the school and talks to the students. We do assemblies about bullying. We have a book we read with the kindergartners, first graders, you know, that addresses bullying appropriately for their level, and then we have other books for different levels. We bring in the empowerment assembly or talks for the upper grade students. So I feel that we talk about it more than maybe we ever have, that we're able to talk amongst the students, and so that's a good thing.
Well, that was my inference, that the increase was attributable to heightened awareness and the recent efforts. And I would actually suggest that you track both numbers, because the number of complaints, I think, is reflective on the efforts that you're making in kids' familiarity and, as you say, their comfort, because that's really the toughest
That is.
one.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I think they're both actually measures of something really positive.
Well, and I also think it's important that they recognize that when they reported, it was addressed. So that they're not feeling, what's the point? No one's going to do anything or whatever. They want to know that their speaking helps the situation, even if it wasn't,
And how are we defining actual versus reported? Because we obviously don't know about everything, right? Some are reported and
I believe
then...
her report's based on forms that
They
are
are.
turned in.
They are.
But I've had two.
Well, that's why it's on the ground. I mean,
Yeah.
she runs the program, and she just, is the educator in charge, right, of all the things that Dawn talked about. Assemblies, parents, students, bulletins, everything. She then she monitors all of the reporting forms, but it's really what happens at the school level,
Right.
okay, that speaks to the environment that's been created.
So reporting is where there's paperwork.
There's a form.
The
And you can fill it
actual,
out.
it includes if they just come and talk to you or talk to a teacher or...
What Janine's reporting is a form that someone has filled out.
Could be teacher, could be student, could be parent,
anyone.
yeah.
And then it's brought to whoever they feel comfortable bringing it to. And if it's students, they usually bring it to me. And then we sit down and I'll talk to that student, and if it involves other students, I'll talk individually to them. And then we'll get to the bottom of what is it, are we not getting along? Are they hurting your feelings? Is this bullying? So right now the form is just, the count is a form turned in, but we're talking about saying, we'll investigate it further and say, okay, I got this many forms, but this many were actual, feel that they were bullying after the investigation.
Oh, okay, so actual is smaller than the report.
yes.
Way.
Okay, I was
That's why I want to
confused. I
sort
thought it
through
was the other way.
No, that's why I want to sort through it.
Okay.
And one of the last thing I would say on this is that, and I've talked to Janine a lot, the feelings I have about her in terms of the contribution she makes in many areas, but in this area in particular, which has been a focal point in our student services arena now for 4 years. Okay, the one thing she drives home is, whether it's bullying or being picked on or not feeling good, what matters is the receiver. Okay, it's how does the receiver feel? Okay, and if the receiver feels bad about something, then it can translates into action, right? 57, 27, whatever it is, that's the driver, okay? And to me, the more you can get these things out, if I'm a child, I'm an 8-year-old, and I never really heard about bullying, but now I heard about it, and now I don't feel good, I could see myself stepping forward and saying, oh, that's what those people were talking about a week ago. No, well, actually, but then it does get addressed, right? By the principal or the teacher or whatever. And you always like to see zeros, okay, but that's not the real world.
That's not the real world, yeah. All right, any other questions for Marilyn?
I just want to mention one other change that I made, and it wasn't necessarily as a result of the public input that we had, but after the public input, I always send to VCOE, and they recommended changes. And there were quite a few places, especially in Goal 2, the engagement, starting on page 12, where it refers to foster youth, and we also included homeless as a subgroup, because sometimes we don't have too many foster youth, 0.04%, something like that. But we do have 50 families who are homeless. And so we've included homeless in some of Goal 2, where we talk about adverse effects of mobility, things like that. And so we've included homeless as a subgroup. So that was one other change that you didn't see at the public hearing.
Okay. Any questions?
Thanks again, Marilyn.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the,
I'll move to approve. Thank you.
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Marilyn, you are amazing. Now we get to go on to the CONAP. Get to change your folders, yeah. All right.
The CONAP we do twice a year, in June and February. And it really is simply, I'm going to minimize it because it is simply a fiscal mechanism used by CBE to distribute funding.
So they're looking at numbers?
Yeah, you have to say, I'd like to apply for Title I-A, or I'd like to apply for Title III, or Title II-A. And it's just to declare the district's intent for participation in those funding sources.
Any questions for Marilyn about this? It seems like it's a lot shorter than it used to be, though.
Well.
That's, maybe you're just giving us part of it.
Yes.
That's true. You got it.
Saving paper.
By BCOE. Really, you don't need all the pages that have, there's lots of fiscal year expenditure report for 24 months, those kinds of pages. So you're absolutely right in that there's a lot more detail, but the part that the board must approve
is here.
are the certification of assurances, the protected prayer, and then the application for funding.
Okay.
The board has to approve that.
All right.
We ask that the board approves that.
Do we have a motion to approve this?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. All right.
Okay.
And then, the next one, 7.4.3. Our Title III LEA Plan Performance Goal. It's an action item also.
This is really a business meeting.
Yeah.
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 Okay. I'm going to just start out by saying this is the last year you will see something like this because we're in transition between No Child Left Behind and Every Student Succeeds Act.
Okay.
ESSA. And CLB, ESSA. And so in transition, we still must comply with federal mandates. And one is the Title III LEA Performance Goal 2. So it's really redundant. I don't want to sound too negative about it, but
go ahead.
Too late.
I don't want to diminish the fact that it's based, the purpose of the plan is to ensure that English learners attain English proficiency. I don't want to diminish that at all.
Right.
But that part of it is replicated in the LCAP, which I think is more meaningful for our purposes because it's more locally controlled. So we are mandated by the federal government to have this plan when we don't meet the annual measurable academic objectives for 4 years in a row. So beginning in 2008,
Bless you.
we
Thank you.
didn't meet these federal targets. So 8, 9, 10,
Etc.
8, 9, 10, and 11, and now we're frozen. So, but next year we won't have this plan. So, but it needs to be approved.
Okay.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Marilyn.
All right, so now, moving on to our adopted budget. This is an action item. All righty, Andy and Laura, we have
So we
the floor
discussed
here.
the budget fairly extensively between May when we had the initial view of the proposed budget. Then the beginning of this month, we had the public hearing. Just going to focus on, there's 3 changes to the budget between our budget that we showed during public hearing on June 7th and where we are today. If you go to page 4 of 6, That's the first page that has the actual budget shown. The revenue numbers, if you look into the far right set of columns, you'll see that there's all zeros except for one area where you see a reduction of approximately $56,000. Those columns are showing where changes occurred. So that shows you we only had one change in our revenue between June 7th and today. And the reason for that change is at the governor's January proposal, he proposed $214 per student for the one-time, this category is one-time funding that we've talked about so frequently the past few years. He proposed $214 per ADA in January. At the May revision, he increased that number to $237. And then between May, when we were building our budget, and now, the legislature had an opportunity to actually weigh in and give the final budget to the governor. And between May and June, when the governor received the final budget, that number was dropped down to his preliminary number from January. So that's where the reduction is it's just that one-time funding that reduced by about $20 per student, $56,000 overall. So that's the change to revenue. If you move to the next page, you'll see the expenditures. And while we have a number of columns that show the change in expenditures, these all really are associated with the same thing, which is the update for the $100,000 being pulled out of the elementary hourly support program. We often talk about that program as funding certificate assistance, but in reality, we do also fund classified, and there's a portion of that $275,000 item that was going toward non-personnel related cost. And so when Laura was trying to reduce the budget by the $100,000, she did a proportionate pull from each of the categories that receive funding. Although ultimately, the principal still has discretion over these accounts, their site supplemental discretionary funds, that they will be building their budget still through the summer. So that's, again, why you see multiple areas, but it
So the
nets
change
out.
is 100.
If you see the net at the very bottom of the page, third column from the right, you see the $100,000, that is the total amount of change as a result of reducing the hourly supplemental support program for the elementaries by $100,000. The third change, you will not see your materials here, but it was in the multi-year projection. It did not impact our budget for 16-17 because it was already updated here in May. But we changed the multi-year in the out years to reflect the change that we have here, which if you want to go back to page 5, you'll see the category that we're talking about. If you're looking at object code 5100, which is sub-agreements for services, so just below the halfway point on page 5 of 6, the unrestricted amount is $50,000. Previously, we had that budget at over $100,000 in the current fiscal, or in 15-16, as well as we had it budgeted in the out years. This number has gone down. This is actually a line item that's for services and special education that we bill out to the county. And so we have a lower expenditure in this item, so it just is having the multi-year projection reflect the change that we have in the 16-17 budget. So those are the three changes. The ending fund balance in 16-17 is looking like it'll be 1.2, well, we're projecting $1.2 million in unappropriated, unrestricted ending fund balance. As we talked about last meeting, that will be the largest unrestricted, unappropriated ending fund balance that we've had in nearly a decade plus.
Wow.
We're still anticipating some negative in future years.
Significant negative in the two following years. Exactly.
Okay.
Let's enjoy.
Let's revel in it for a moment. Yeah.
Linda, you're leaving at the right time.
You can take credit for that.
When I left, there was a
Exactly.
Oh
Exactly.
my
It's like Bill
God.
Clinton.
When I came, we won't talk about when I came. Oh my gosh, horrible. Okay. I guess the only question I have on, in the big book, under other funds, how to reduce our,
What page are you on, Linda?
well, it's not
Oh, no
It's not
page?
numbered, it's in the
I'm
big,
sorry.
it's in the big book, under other funds. It's in the first section.
Okay.
How do we reduce the, the amount of money that we have to contribute to the cafeteria fund? Is there, I mean, I know it's not a question you can answer tonight, but I think we really need to work on that. And I don't know, what our abilities are to do that, but.
Yeah, we can certainly continue the conversation. As you saw earlier, some of the things that we're doing in the program. I know Hank has said it many times, and I certainly echo the thought of how grateful we are for Suzanne's leadership.
Yeah.
Taking the program when she stepped in was significantly in the red to in the black, and then I really do believe that the primary factor that has led us back into the negative is these heightened federal and state requirements for some of these from-scratch meals, these increased produce offerings, which I was looking at the district mission statement earlier, we've identified that to live a healthy lifestyle is a priority and a goal we have for our students. And so if we're going to live out that aspect of our mission statement, and if we're going to be compliant with federal and state law, then we know that there are going to be increased expenditures. The revenue side, Suzanne just recently did an analysis of looking at the last time that we had an increase in our costs that we were charging students, looking at the data across the county and make sure that we were in line with the average across the county. And so she did increase the cost just about a year ago. And she did not want to increase the cost again this coming year based on that recent increase and that recent study of, again, the charges across your districts across the county. But it's a problem many districts are facing, but one that, it's only amplified due to our overall fiscal condition. So I think it is something that we really need to keep working with Suzanne and seeing what we can do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right,
I would actually like us to continue to look at, I know you and I have spoken several times about our health and welfare costs. I mean, it's just shocking when you monthly look at, we're spending $270,000 a month on health and welfare. And recognizing that I think we have some good benefits. I think Kevin has mentioned that's important to, let people know that we feel we're offering better benefits than they are throughout the county. But I would like, and I would like our board to address it before the election in November, is the issue of the $60,000 that we spend on school board health insurance. And I think that's $60,000 that I'm not saying we're not a valuable element, but I feel like I'd rather see that money going to an increase for teachers. So I'd like us to address it in the fall and vote on it in September or October to see if we can bring that cost down, help bring that cost down.
Okay. All right, so do we have any other questions for Andy or Laura? Laura, do you have anything else, anything you want to add to this?
The only other change we made was in the restricted line. It was $10,000 added to, it was in the 4,300 category. 10,000 in the restricted column was added for the routine restricted maintenance. A requirement to meet our 14-15 expenditure amount. We were just a little bit short
right.
and put on a proposed budget, so we went ahead and upped it so that we would meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for your hard work. This is not an easy task. So do we have a motion to approve the budget as presented?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, both of you. All right, so now we're moving on to the impact of improved staffing in the future of our buildings and grounds department, if financially feasible. This is an information item, so I guess, Andy, you're going to speak to this?
Yeah, I queried our grounds and maintenance staff to get a sense from them, because so often we hear, that even if we were able to improve some of our facilities or our grounds, that we don't have the staffing capable of keeping up with those improvements. And the feedback I received from the department was we are below ideal staffing levels, but maybe not as far below as some suspect. As a reminder, we had 2 employees in grounds and 2 employees in maintenance at the start of the 15-16 school year, just 12 months ago. We increased by 1. Our plant manager, Craig Robbins, getting promoted at Nordoff. That really serves both the grounds and the maintenance function at the Nordoff High School site. That occurred in the late fall. And then just recently with Josh's departure, we also promoted up Russ Bennett to a second plant supervisor role. We're able to backfill both of Craig and Russ's positions. So really we effectively have 6 staff in what used to be a 4-staff 2 departments. And what the feedback I received was that we really only need 2 additional staff to be at a level where they felt they would be able to maintain the grounds in our facilities. Where the need was identified was 1 additional grounds employee and 1 additional maintenance with a specialization in plumbing.
Yes,
that is a significant issue that we have.
Yeah.
So the staffing is not that significant of an increase. However, what they said really was where their focus was even if we had staffing, that by itself would not get us to where we need to be able to maintain our facilities and our grounds. What we really need is the investment also in tools and equipment. And so, if you recall back about 9 months ago when Josh and Chuck and others gave a report on the complicated answer of how do we get green grass. Well, yeah, we certainly heard a lot about needing a tractor. We also heard that simply turning on a water spigot was not going to be what resulted in green grass in our fields. We actually need to significantly upgrade the infrastructure in our irrigation systems. And then after that, we do have the staff that can maintain green fields if they had an additional riding lawnmower as well as a tractor, they felt, with a few various accessories and attachments. Also keep in mind that right now we have built into the budget and are looking at the need for additional vehicles as we have additional employees in these departments. Typically we have a district-provided work truck for the staff. So 2 additional staff members, if we were going to increase the staffing level, would also require additional work trucks potentially. So staffing level, 2 additional employees would likely put us in a position that we could better maintain the facilities once they've been upgraded. But again, the larger investment would be necessary in equipment and tools.
Can you talk about those in terms of those 2 funds that sort of sit there? The capital facilities fund and the, what we get when people add on to their house.
Yeah, developer's fee.
Developer's fee.
So the developer's fee comes in when there is that, new habitable space created. And we do have about $640,000, I believe, in the fund, closing out, 600,000 or so. That is not, we cannot use that simply for maintenance. We also can't use that for staff to perform maintenance. What it needs to be is a significant upgrade or replacement of a component to our facilities. So we would not be able to patch our roofs with that funding. But if we were looking at a full replacement and upgrade of our roofing system with some of the things that we discussed, a few months ago, potential Measure J expenditure, we could use that funding source. So we, unfortunately, what's
I was
that?
about to say, how about the pool? How about the pool?
Certainly, we could use that
Yeah, I
funding
would
for
think.
aspects of the pool.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We could have expenditures meet the requirements, certainly.
Can Measure J funding be used for the ongoing maintenance expenses or not?
I'll have to go back and look at the actual law.
Predominantly not.
Yeah, my guess would be not, but
almost predominantly, almost not.
But I can't.
Predominantly
I
not.
can't stop myself from.
I know,
asking.
no. Yeah. The theory. So here's the evolution. So remember John Isom?
Yeah.
When he came first talked about the whole concept of Measure J, and their firm has a theory, and all these firms have the same theory, that if you really do a great job in implementing your measure, whatever the letter is, you will reduce the need for a line item for facilities. Okay, thereby creating savings. Okay, but the Measure J funds per se are not supposed to be used for ongoing costs.
But what if you decide, okay, we want to, for Measure J, we want to upgrade the fields,
You can do that.
In order to do that, we need a tractor or a tiller and a,
That's too logical. Then you have to pay for the tractor and the tiller and.
but not out of Measure J funds.
You pay for the
It's
plumbing and
It's the upgrade.
equipment and.
It's the upgrade of the system.
Yeah.
The system that you're upgrading.
So the tractor is part of the system.
No, well, until you get audited, anything's okay. That's why we have the citizens oversight.
That's right.
Okay, any questions for Andy about this? Any other questions? Okay, now Measure J summer update.
So I'll just start, and then I'm going to ask Andy to fill in the details. Andy just referred to all the work we did on the roofing. We learned a lot. Basically, we learned in order to do a great job, it has to be done in the summer of 2017. Talking about COC, we engaged two wonderful members of that committee to work with us. They walked the roofs, they spent a lot of time. And so what looked like then $2 to $3+ million of roofing was set aside. But it's critical that we make progress in Measure J. So the projects here are all the ones that you've seen before, except you can see that two of them in particular have been removed by our analysis, both funding for the HVAC at Summit and a different funding source, and then the grease interceptor. I don't remember, there are a lot of grease interceptors. Anyhow, so we still have a grease interceptor at Miners Oaks. In any case, the key here is the first one. We are tree trimming. In fact, we did it this morning. All these others, you can sort of figure out pretty much what they all mean. Andy can speak to a pretty significant classroom upgrade for our special education department at Nardolph. It's an exciting program. The others are pretty functional but important. The big one is the painting program. I just want to clarify something that I might have I didn't misstate it. I think it could be easily misinferred from my original thought about this project. We absolutely are only going to get this done well with professional work, okay? We can't go out, particularly if you start in late June, you can't go out and say, come on, anybody wants to volunteer, just go ahead and start painting. But there are ways to engage volunteers, and particularly this came up in my meetings recently at Miners Oaks, so I'm looking forward to those people stepping forward. That having been said, what we're doing right now, and Andy will explain this, is we're working with Dennis Kuykendall to show us ways that we can make significant headway so that when people come back in the third week in August, they're going to say, this place looks different. Okay,
It looks nice,
the
yeah.
you-know-what that looked like that for the last 10 to 20 years is gone. Now, we can't make it all be gone, because we just don't have that kind of money probably, but we are going to spend significant resources in painting. And procedurally, most of the things that we'd be doing do not require, or may not require, formal bids. But if they do, then I would just need your help, okay, to send out an email on, Monday, and say, here's where we are, the bids are going out, we just need, hopefully all 5 of you, for a 10-minute meeting, right, in the second week of August. Well,
So
not
we
that
can
late.
approve it, yeah.
Last week of July. Okay, so you can approve it, albeit some things don't require specific bids, but they do require a lot of analysis of proposals. So why don't you talk a little bit about how that painting is going to happen?
How the paint permits?
Yeah.
So I'll have a full update. I'll email it to everyone at the end of this week. Dennis and I have been working closely. He or Richard have walked each one of the sites with a couple different painting contractors. They're working right now to put together the bids. They have, assessed the full scope of the extent to which if we have hazardous materials on the site that would need to be accounted for with encapsulation during the painting, or if they can be removed, but potentially if there was or is lead or asbestos or any of those type of hazardous materials, and then some minimal amount of basic patch and repair work. So we're not going to, if we see crack in a given wall, or just paint over that crack, they will seal it in some way and try to improve it in the most economical way they can. So again, they've already walked the properties. They're right now in the process of putting together quotes and really making sure that we can have all schedules still line up, but we're confident that we will be able to continue to move forward with having this complete before the end of the summer. We are looking at some creative ways to package the projects to make sure that we do remain under the CUPCA thresholds. CUPCA, again, remember, is a process that we went through a few years ago that increased our bid limits. So I can assure you there's not a single project on this list that we will accept a single quote and just move forward with that contractor, regardless of how positive a relationship we may have with them or Balfour Beatty has with them. We will always get multiple quotes. But there are certain things that if you were to go out for a full RFP or RFQ, or the more drawn out bid process, that it would, make things just too far delayed or too long delayed timeline wise. We'll still complete the projects and unnecessarily delayed. So we will make sure that we have multiple bids for every project. We are working with local contractors to the greatest extent possible, and that's where we are with campus painting. Each of the other ones, we've also made significant headway on, and some of these projects are going to be beginning in the next week or two. A few of them we have to wait till ESY is over. That's our extended school year in the special education program. But again, these are the exact type of programs I know that Hank and others went out and explained to the community when we passed Measure J. We're not going to be the most exciting projects for people to see, but they are ones that are absolutely necessary for the district. And so these are ones that we've had feedback from either health inspectors or from our IT department sharing with us that we don't have the electronic or internet infrastructure to maintain a campus for very much longer. That's over at Topa. So each of these are ones that absolutely need to be done. We're making great progress and moving to make sure they are complete by the time everyone comes back in August.
So the bids are coming through Balfour Beatty, not through local, I mean, when you say local contractors, you could to do, like, put out a.
Well, why don't you explain that?
Put out an RFQ.
So what Balfour Beatty will do is different than putting out an RFQ, but they will develop a scope and then they will send that out to local contractors and request for them to bid or provide a quote based on that scope. So, think to the process that we went through to select Balfour Beatty, or even our auditor, our new auditors who've been on site this week. The RFQ process where you have the legally required advertising in the local papers, the multiple weeks of required open period where you have to allow for additional responses to come in. We are not bound by that based on the dollar threshold here. If we can go out and find 4 contractors that we already have on our approved list who are local, we let them see the scope, and we let them know that we want to have responses in within a week. We can receive those responses and make our selection and move forward without having to go through that more formal process.
And actually, I see your question. So remember back when Josh was here and we were talking about that line between where Balfour Beatty might be and Josh might be in the bid. Okay, well, he's not here. So that conceivably could have been a project that he might have done. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he might have been the one to be the source of sending out the scope, and he would have been the one to receive the proposals, and he would have been the one to, do all the paperwork. Well, we don't have that person, so now the only qualified expert we have is Balfour Beatty. But all they're doing, they're just a pass through. I mean, all they're doing is just sending it out, and they show us the information, and we make the decision.
I just worry that, they're sending it out, of course, they're in Camarillo, they're, sort of like, well, what about our OHI painters?
They're not started. They're not started yet.
They're not started, and they're using they first of all are starting with our CUPCA list, which again is it's ours. Josh put together our local contractors.
Right.
Who we did at one point go out for a full public advertising process, and we went through soliciting all local contractors to go onto our approved list. Mm-hmm. And so that's the basis that Balfour Beatty is using. Okay. Then they're supplementing it because they do have extensive experience in Oak Park and Oxnard with other regional contractors that have the skill set and experience that we want to include in the process. But that's supplementing. By no means are they going to be focusing on Oxnard contractors to the detriment of OHI if we have qualified here.
And one last thing on that. So actually, when you do bids, this is one of the advantages of not doing a formal bid process. You do a formal bid process, you get in a, I'll just pick numbers, 500,000, 480, and 460. okay? You got to pick the 460 unless you can show that the 460 is not qualified to do the work, which is an extraordinarily difficult thing to show. I mean, you have to go contract references and just beat them up in order to not pick them. When you have these bids, you don't have to pick the lowest number, and you may pick, for example, if there might be a premium, let's call it that way, a premium on really local people. All right, so Ojai, Santa Paula, Ventura. Let's say that, okay, in that order, perhaps. Okay, we're not talking about that big a dollar difference. So, I mean, if an Oxnard person is 75% of the Ojai person, that's a big difference, okay? But if it's 90%, you might be willing to pay an extra 10% on not a big figure to keep those local people engaged, okay? And that's one of the things that we'll be looking at, because it's really important, when you're a small place, there aren't that many people doing the work. It'd be nice to get the word out that the people here are getting the work, right? And I'd be willing to pay an extra $8,000 or something like that on a $90,000 project. Right? What is the cup kilometer? What's the cup kilometer?
I believe it's 175.
Yeah, so it's pretty reasonably high. I mean, so you could go up to 175, and instead of paying, 162, you pay 180, 171 or something like that. Might be worth it a couple of times for local people.
Okay. Any other questions for Andy? Thank you. So now we're moving on to 7.5.1. This is our resolution to waive credential requirements for the new superintendent. This is pursuant to Ed Code Section 35029. And then, Angie, you're going to speak after that, I think.
Yeah, let me just speak to this one real quickly in terms of concept. So Andy and I obviously talked about this on the way to our further conversations about his interest in being my successor. And state by state, this varies. But certainly in 2016, the opportunity for school boards to make this kind of local judgment is light years beyond where it was when I started in the profession. I mean, you had to go through this and this and this. If you didn't have that course and that course, you had no chance to be certificated. And the idea has emerged, particularly with business leaders, with military leaders, not here, but in a big district. Some of those people have been successful. Governors. One of the superintendents in Los Angeles, Roy Romer, was the governor of Colorado. So there are all kinds of ways, and this is a little bit of a local version of that. Okay? but I spoke a couple of meetings ago about how I think that Andy's business and law training, frankly, I have to admit it, is more applicable to many or most things in my work than traditional education courses, for example.
And you'll have plenty of teachers to advise you, I imagine.
No doubt. And teachers and principals.
Yeah.
We got tons of educators, okay?
Right.
We don't have that many finance law people.
Yeah.
We have one.
All right. Any questions for Hank about this? Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And no, so congratulations.
You've been waived.
You've been waived. All righty, so now on to 7.5.2. Do you want to speak first?
Sure.
Okay, Angie Janasi is going to speak.
I didn't know I was coming to the board meeting tonight, so didn't quite, like Homero said, I didn't quite come prepared to dress appropriately, but here I am. I am here to speak to Andy's salary, or proposed salary, and contract. And first of all, I want you to know it has nothing to do with you, because I think you're fabulous, and I think you're going to do a great job. So I just want you to, not speaking to you, speaking to you guys. I have so many notes. Hold on. So first, I do want to speak to you. I want to say you're an outstanding negotiator. And when I saw the contract and what you negotiated, I was very impressed and quite like, oh my goodness, this is going to be my future opponent. I'm worried. But with that said, I was shocked when I saw that Andy's salary was going to be near Hank's salary or close to it.
because Andy doesn't have the experience that Hank does. He's coming in with all these other credentials, which are great, but he doesn't have the credentials of the superintendent who has 30 plus years, Hank?
My 30th, yeah.
How many?
This is my 30th.
Yeah, there you go, so 30 years. And as a teacher, when I look at incoming people, I think, wow, that's going to be a benefit to the school district, you know? The retirees go out and the new people come in, and we make money when that happens. And one of the things that the conversation that was going on in the staff rooms and around at different places around the school district when Andy was approved was people were saying, well, that's great, because he's going to come in at a much lower salary. And I think Alex, I was texting frantically saying, somebody else needs to be here. Somebody else needs to come and speak, because I know what the result of this contract is going to be, and people are going to be outraged. And Alex was speaking from her heart and from her gut, saying, no, no, here's an opportunity for, not just salaries, class size, reducing class sizes, working on interventions. Like there's all these other parts of our district that need money. And while I think Andy deserves a salary that, that is high, I don't think that as an incoming superintendent, I don't think he deserves a salary that is comparable to Hank's. And one of the things I was thinking to myself, one of the things I say to my students often when something happens, when there's a problem, I always say, well, let's look at just the perception, not what really happened, but what's the perception. And that's what you were saying earlier. How does the receiver feel?
On the bullying.
Yeah, on the bullying. Now, I'm not saying this is a bullying issue, but it is an issue where you have an entire year. You've approved Andy as our superintendent, as our incoming superintendent. You have an entire year to approve his contract, and you choose June 27th in the middle of the summer. I mean, even I wasn't coming to the board meeting tonight. Like I had said, no, I'm going to give myself a break. And so you're choosing to do this when no one can come and speak to the issue. And I think the perception of that, while I'm constantly saying, no, the board stands, they're with us, they're concerned, they care. I'm saying that all the time, and now I'm going to have to say, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. They made the decision to approve this and go ahead and look at this contract and approve it in the middle of the summer. And I think the perception of that is not a good one for the school board. I'm just going to let you know. I know there's going to be so much outrage, and I'm disappointed. And thank goodness this was a really long meeting, because boy, I tore out of our house and was so angry that this was what was happening. And angry, again, that the salary was going to be so great on top of benefits. So it's not just Hank's salary, because your salary is your salary with benefits, is my understanding.
That's correct.
It includes the $15,000 that you would have gotten for benefits.
That's correct.
But if we always talk about our salaries, and we have to add health and welfare to that, then Andy's going to get a salary that's $170,000 plus $15,000. So ultimately, his salary is going to be greater than Hank's salary. So I just need you to know, for me, I calm down and can speak rationally. Wasn't speaking rationally as usual in the car driving down here. But I feel like people are going to be really upset, and I think it's wrong. It's wrong to make this decision and approve this salary when Andy's new to the job,
And we have so many areas where you could spend. I know in the big picture, it always seems like, if the big picture is always, well, $8,000 isn't that big a deal, or $2,000 isn't that big a deal, or $10,000 or $20,000. But each one of those things to me is an instructional assistant in my class, because I've had countless years where I start kindergarten. One year I started kindergarten with 33 students, 33 kindergartners, TK, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, and I didn't have an instructional aide until October 1st. And that was when the money came in. So to me, each one of those little bits of money, whether it's 10,000 less, or 20,000 less, or 8 or 2, they all add up to something that can go to the students that makes their experience better, and or go to salaries. So I just, it's disappointing. And again, I think you're worth a lot of money, Andy. But I'm looking at the whole picture as a district and as the new president.
Thank you. Any questions for Angie?
Well,
Comments?
I think it's an appropriate time to say that, part of looking at the arrangement was looking at the salaries that are being paid to superintendents and assistant superintendents across the county. And Hank mentioned this earlier, but just coming from a different perspective, and I think maybe making some of those numbers more available would
Angie and I were talking about that. We have.
Would be very helpful.
I know that Hank's salary is not the highest in the district, and I feel like people should know that. We have those figures, we have the tables, we've looked at them. I also know that, like for Alex, she's speaking from like just a gut reaction, and that it's not about Hank's salary, and it's not about where that salary lands on the table or in the county.
Right.
It's where does a brand new superintendent who's never done that job before, where does their salary start? That's really the question. Because, like, I was looking at it and it's like, well, wait a minute. I think teachers, wherever those notes are, teachers come in at, is it like 32, 33,000?
No.
40,000? What do we at?
Low 40.
Okay, so we come in at about 40,000.
Yeah.
And we leave at about 77,
Give or
somewhere around
take,
there.
yeah.
Well, that's like 37,000 right there. Difference between an incoming teacher and an incoming superintendent. So I think that's the point, And then on top of that, Hank was saying, well, yeah, he's 176 this year, and in a couple years it'd be 181 roughly. I've never made $5,000 more in a year, ever.
2 years.
2 years. Okay, I've never made that much more. So I just think that's the kind of thing that you have to look at. Like that's the perception. Is it's not how it compares in the county. It's how it compares when you have a beginning person and an ending person. And I understand Andy's coming in with an MBA, right? You're an attorney as well. I mean, I get that. That takes a lot to get there and to do that. But we are in education. He's in education. You did not choose to be in private practice. So when that's what you choose, then you kind of have to look at that.
Well, and frankly, I think he has. If he were in private practice, he'd make 3 times what we're offering. So the sacrifices are there. I think, there's a
not to
couple of
negate the
things.
feelings too, because those are important.
No, I understand. There's a couple of things I think that need to be considered, though. Most faculty have a salary range, and that he doesn't have a salary range. He'll have a flat salary, so there won't be any stepping. There's no, every year there's new money. And so I think that's a difference.
Unless we negotiate for a salary, although now you guys negotiate separate than us, right?
We don't negotiate, we just get on our hands and knees and ask the board.
Okay, that's good information for me.
The other thing is that I understand the gut reaction, okay? I mean, and I'm HR, we deal with the same issues in the college district, but unfortunately, we can't make this decision based on a gut reaction because this represents the stability of the district. And in a challenging fiscal time, when you're going to be negotiating with somebody, we want that person to be a professional who will embody the values of this board and be mature enough and professional enough to be able to do that and steer us through the financial shoals that we know are coming.
Right.
So it's really important to, I get the discrepancy within, but we also compete in a market without. And that's the important number, because what do they say about small districts? You either get people on the tail end of their career or on the tail beginning of their career.
I know you didn't mean that.
So we're lucky to get him on the tail beginning. That doesn't really work, does it?
The head.
You got one tail and one beginning.
Yeah, okay.
The nose.
But the fact is, if you look at the numbers throughout the district, there are assistant superintendents who make more than this.
Okay, so then, I don't like being a reasonable person.
Does it take it just?
It's very hard.
I mean, the
So-
other part of this too, if I could just throw in here
Yeah.
before, and then I don't know that I have anything more to say about it, is that there's one thing about looking at how much we're paying Andy, but the other part we have to look at is forget about Andy. If he did not exist, we would have to compete to hire a superintendent. And it's unlikely that we would find anybody who would work for as little.
There's no way.
Cheap as Andy.
Or as little.
We should
right.
sign this quick after I said.
You know, or 7 years ago, as little as I did. I mean, that was the point. If I were not at the tail end, if I were not at the tail end of the career, I would have been in a district larger, bigger salary. But I think it is important just to remember one fact, Angie, and I think your analogy is really, it is a powerful one, that if you take where I would be on a teacher salary schedule, where Andy would be on a teacher salary schedule, that gap is, you know, fairly close to 100%. Pretty close, okay? Different world. Okay, different world. Superintendents are extremely mobile. Teachers are not. Assistant superintendents for business are even more mobile than superintendents. And, you know, I was pretty straightforward with you and in what I wrote to the Ojai Valley News and to the staff, that one of the reasons, I won't divulge all the information, but Mike actually put it right on the table, that the average salary of 3 sitting assistant superintendencies, one for this coming year, like next week, and 2 almost certainly a year from now, the average salary for next year would be $174,000 for next year. 2 years out, when those districts are getting those, I mean, everybody's getting it, teachers, administrators, when everybody's getting 3% to 5%, we have a little disagreement on this, but let's call it 4%, put 8% on top of $174,000, and you're into the mid-180s for assistant superintendent for business. That was the competitive market externally, right in our face for him. And I've already talked to 3 people. I know that how angry a particular superintendent is with me for making the recommendation I did, because there's not a doubt in my mind that 3 days from now, he would have been, technically he would have stayed longer, but that job would have started July 1st of 2016 at $175,000. So I hear, it's a great point. It's a little bit of apples and oranges, and yet the perception is fair. And the last thing I'm going to say is the only reason it's on tonight, nobody's trying to hide anything in the summer, it's the natural extension of all the conversation we had on June 7th.
So, just so you understand though, it is the perception that matters.
I agree. I understand that.
It's like, it doesn't matter that it's logical.
No, I hear you.
It doesn't matter. The perception is what matters.
I'm with you.
So, and I think it would be very helpful then because I do think you're the right superintendent. I want you to understand that. I do think you're the right superintendent for what's coming. And I can see that. And I'm glad that you want to stay. And I'm glad that you're invested in our community. That matters to me. And I think that matters to the other educators in the district. But with that said, I think then it's your responsibility to figure out, and not yours, I'm sorry, not yours, Hank. I think it's the board's responsibility to explain why this happened tonight and why it was, why that salary was the one that was chosen. And because what you just said makes complete sense to me, and I get it. But then that doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, I think people could get it and understand it, doesn't mean that they won't be upset by it.
Right.
But I think that and I know that it usually falls on Hank, but I don't think people want to hear it from you. I'm
Well,
just going to be as honest as I possibly can.
That's fair.
And I'm sure that we'll hear, people will come up to us and ask us. And that will be, and actually, that's a good thing. I want to be able to assure them that we're thinking of them too.
Yeah, and
that's-
I can assure you, people will be coming to me and asking me, and I'll be writing a letter this week.
So can I ask 2 questions, Angie? So how is it when this, I mean, I got all this stuff on Friday, that you guys just found this out
Yeah, she didn't
today?
get it. I don't know what
I
happened.
didn't get the agenda. I don't know,
There was a problem with her
We had-
email.
we had a conversion
David
from-
fixed that, but your copy of the agenda is still, probably still sitting in the mail room because they stopped delivering mail to the schools.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
And I didn't even think about it. I just thought, oh, I'll get it online and.
Well, you made your
So-
point well.
It was on the website, however, you know.
Yeah, I just didn't, I'm just used to our
That's okay.
routine, so it's not your fault at all. I have responsibilities. but
And then the
that
second
is why.
question is, so do you feel that if this decision was being made in October and we came to the same conclusion, that it has a different feel?
No, but I think people would have felt like they had the opportunity to voice their opinion and their feelings about it. And sometimes that's really, really important. However, I get it. I understand why you would choose to do this tonight. But I don't, you know, based on what you said, I wouldn't change it. I hope nobody's like, I know I get in trouble every time I speak up here. Based on what you said, I wouldn't change what you're doing or the salary. However, I think people need to have a voice or I feel like they have the opportunity to speak out. That's it. I mean, that's why I was, like I said, frantically trying to find people's, I don't even text very well, and I was frantically trying to text people and say, this is what's happening, you know, we've talked about it, you come in and speak. And had I gotten the agenda, I really wasn't, I actually didn't think this was going to be something that was discussed, so I just figured you were talking about, I just didn't think this was going to be something that happened in the summer. Like I said, it was.
Well, and one last thing I want to say, during the break, last 2 minutes of the break, I went up to Angie and, you know, I don't know how many conversations Angie and I have had with Alex, among the three of us, or just, I mean, I said to Linda, and I'm not very good at this, I admit, if someone says something that's factually inaccurate, I just am not very good at letting it sit. I'm just not. I never have been, I'm not now. Okay? And I tried to figure out every word I could figure to say, this is not a debate, I'm not trying to shut you down. It was just inaccurate, wildly inaccurate, okay? To say that I was at the top of the county, oh my God, you know, so it couldn't be more incorrect. So the issue, though, is more what you're saying, okay? It's not so we're like where I am. All I was trying to point out is that where I am in relation to other county superintendents is the gap that the board was trying to wrestle with to figure out a salary, because like the teachers, every year, starting in 17, 18, he's going to fall farther and farther behind the mean. Forget about, you know, the 15th person. I'm talking about the mean, okay? So we all have.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm trying to say. Angie, that's what I'm trying to say. I can't tell you how many tens of school boards I've seen lowball the incoming superintendent, okay, to figure out a way to squeeze out $8,000, and the guy's gone in 3 years because he's really good, and another district's going to pay him $50,000 more for the same job. $50,000, you know, which is almost the gap between where he is now and the mean of the people who do his work. I mean, those gaps are so big compared to the teachers. I already told you how I feel about the teachers' salaries, you know that. The biggest gap in the district between our salary and the mean of the county is his. The second big, I'm talking about percentage now.
Yeah.
Second biggest is mine, okay? Third, I don't know who was third, but there's nobody close.
That's part of the problem, though, is that when you are a teacher, like, I have no, I don't pay attention to people's salaries.
Right.
It's none of my business. So I assume that the principals, they make more than me, and they make a significant
It's on the website.
amount of- well, of course I can look at that. But I don't even want to do that.
Okay.
Because we're all doing a job, and we all should be helping one another to do that job well. That's my belief. So I don't ever have that, oh, she's the cafeteria person, I can't help her. Well, that's just not the way I work, right? If she needs help, then I do it. And that's the way I feel, whatever anybody's salary is. That's why I don't like to do the salary thing. I don't like to pay attention to that so much, but this position is one in which I have to pay attention to those
Absolutely.
things. So, but as a teacher, I don't know those 150, 170, 180. I don't know what the going salary is for people that do your job or your job. Why would I look at that? It's like, I have no desire ever to do your job. I have no desire to ever be a principal. So given those two things, why would I look at those salaries? It's just not something but that's, do you see what I mean? Like, it's a perception thing. We don't realize what people doing your job.
But Merv does. Merv does. We went over it.
Merv does.
Right, no, we went over it.
I have a phone call. I have a voicemail
Yeah.
from Merv. I don't know what it is, but I've got it.
I just want to say, as always, if anybody wants to talk, I think all of us try to be available.
Yeah, okay. I will let people know and tell them you're happy to have the conversation and leave it at that.
Yeah.
So I go and say, okay, so if the teachers were, and we talked about we're going to be choosing Andy, and the teachers thought that would be saving us money, knowing you're at what, 176? 176. Do you know what the thought was? Like, were they thinking 15 grand? Were they thinking 20 grand? You don't know.
Well,
less.
One thing you can point out is that we're not spending money on a search committee, which, I mean, when we hired Hank, it was $30,000. It's probably $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 now so that's a huge amount of money that we are saving.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think you can, if that helps.
Yeah,
that's,
I will let people email you guys or talk to you guys, but
Yeah.
I felt like you needed to hear what
Yeah.
that initial feeling was. Having the conversation is really helpful. It's always helpful for me.
Yeah.
Because then I can go back and say, well, this is what the conversation was.
Would it be, I get the sensitivities about this all happening while everybody's off contract.
But nobody shows up to the meetings anyway. That's not true. Like just to 3 or 4 people now.
Yeah.
I've got 3 or 4 coming.
Okay, there's somebody.
I'm in t-shirts, not you guys. I looked at you and went, yes, they're here all the time. I love it.
But I guess because would it be helpful if we, meaning you, were to assemble some market data to put some context around the number?
Yeah, so people understood. I think that would be very helpful. Yeah, because then people could look at that and at least understand it, right? For the first thing that my thought was, no way, are you kidding? That's wrong. And then now that we've had this conversation, it's like, well, wow, I'm so glad you stayed. Right? There's the difference.
Yeah.
And I know people want Andy to have curriculum experience and classroom experience. We want that. But I also see that what we need really in the coming years is your experience. And we'll bring you up to speed.
And it's really helpful for us to get that kind of feedback too.
Angie, when would you like to have that? When would you like to have that market analysis that Michael's talking about?
By the beginning of the school year.
You bet, no problem.
Yeah.
So here's my question, because I'm in support of this contract and the amount that we have negotiated, okay? But I'm also sensitive to people's feelings. Is there a problem with making the same decision come September? If there is, I'm going to say I'm supporting this, and I don't see that because we've had that analysis and we've had the discussion.
The
I don't-
honest answer is no. The honest answer is no, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah.
No, the answer is no. You can do it, you could do it anytime up until August 15th of 2017, you know? I mean, I'm not going to go over it again. You know how this came to be.
I don't want to put it off too long, but I mean, I think
I don't see
Andy's the
it
one to
changing,
answer
but I
whether there's a
don't-
problem.
See that there's a problem in discussing why.
There is not. There's not.
There are a lot of opportunities out there.
What would be the
And
benefit?
business assistant
The only-
superintendents are
Yeah.
extremely hard to
The
find.
only thing, the reason a tangent, look, Andy's committed, there's no way we would have gotten to this point, okay, if he hadn't said yes. And I told you, I would never have even made the recommendation to you that you considered if I knew he wasn't going to, if I thought he wasn't going to say yes. So I don't think there's not a scintilla of chance, okay, that he will go someplace, I'm speaking for you now, that he will go someplace else to be an assistant superintendent for business, or for that matter, superintendent, between now and August, okay? Yes? Not a scintilla, okay? So, but the problem is, if we do it at the August board meeting, everybody's not back yet either,
So
okay?
here's the honest answer. As a union president, I'd love it if you would wait until August. As a human being that has to sit in the board meetings, I would love it if you just did it tonight.
Well then, how about that
But
one?
that's as a human being, that's not as a board. I think as a board president, then the right thing for me to say is, I think it would be,
It would honor the teacher's wishes.
it would
Yeah.
acknowledge the
Yeah.
fact that people don't like things happening in the middle of the summer.
A good lesson learned. A
Yeah.
good lesson learned.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think that would be the thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a
Annika,
public
yeah.
comment.
I just really appreciated hearing that. I had no idea. I mean, this was a huge agenda, a long meeting, and I'm sticking it out to the end. But what I heard in this, to me, the most about two things. One is the theme of disparity and the theme of inequality and increasing colorization of economic opportunities is prevalent everywhere. It's just as prevalent in our valley. And I think, you know, whether you understand the linear way that they got to this or that visceral response, I think that's the canary in the coal mine. That's the sentinel thing and I really appreciate your appeal to the board, because I see this as, you know, an opportunity to get out ahead of the people that would have those visceral reactions like me and Angie.
Right. Yeah.
Who knows all those other people out there?
Well,
So-
just by saying that, as long as you're not going to leave.
Promise I will not leave.
We're all fighting over
We know
your
where it is.
children.
His wife is at home going, what?
I want 174.
Well, but I think by doing that, by waiting, you're saying exactly what you're speaking to is that it is an issue. And by saying, you know what, this was on the agenda, we're moving it to this
That's
point.
right, next meeting.
The next meeting, to give people an opportunity to speak to it if they want. In the meantime, you know, getting something together so that people can see that and have an explanation. You know, I think that's an affirmation that you respect the teachers and you respect that they want to have a voice in the district as well.
And you for bringing it up.
Yeah,
and
thank
talking
you.
about courageous conversations.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
Actually,
so,
it's more Alex, I think. She was pretty courageous to get up there to speak.
yeah.
Well, and I.
He was, yeah.
I
And
don't
she
know
was
what- I
shaky.
We
don't-
had
don't know
a
what to say.
20-minute drive to all the way down the hill.
So,
I would like to propose that we postpone the
That we
vote on the contract.
table it.
Till August?
Till August? Mhm.
Just understand, it's August 16th, okay, so people are sort of gathering,
It's fine, that's fine.
gathering,
Yeah.
okay, got it, okay.
I'll second.
Any discussion about it? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so that's tabled. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Angie. All right, second reading of the Governing Board Act policies. This is an action item. So do we have any questions about these updates, changes?
I have a question, comment.
Okay.
Oh, that was the door.
I'm okay with everything except that gun policy issue.
Okay.
And let me just try to explain. Anytime we talk about guns, there's an emotional part of it and there's a practical part of it. I was really caught up in the details at our last meeting, and I appreciate your getting back. In truth, by the end of our meeting, I was pretty okay with the details. But then I've just been unsettled and grappling with the big question of, do we have two options. And they both relate to the California state law, which says nobody is allowed to have a gun except for certain exceptions unless the superintendent says otherwise. So we can keep that, or we can make it more restrictive by saying, doesn't matter what the superintendent wants.
No guns.
No guns, period. Which isn't completely true either, because there are a lot of exceptions with respect to police, retired police, on and on and on. So I spent a lot of time just churning around and reading stuff, going through all the different school shooting incidents that there are lists of them by the hundreds.
Yeah.
And then also looking at recent active shooter incidents. And the thing I can't get beyond personally is there have been so many incidents of mass shootings where the shooter said, I picked that location because there weren't going to be any guns there. And nobody was going to defend it. And I would have a few minutes before the police arrived to kill as many people as I wanted to kill. And so, if the unthinkable happens, the question is, am I going to make a mistake on this side of it or on this side of it? And I can't bring myself to advertising that somebody can come to a school campus and have a few minutes before the police arrive. Whether we have any guns there or not, the fact that they don't know is enough to maybe have them either decide not to do it or go somewhere else.
Don't you think that everybody knows there's no guns at schools? Anyway, I mean, that people know that's just a reality of
Unless there's a security.
Unless there's a campus security or
Yeah,
or
I
a
mean,
police
a
officer.
lot of schools do have guns.
Which is permitted, of course.
Which is permitted in
Oh, yeah,
option one.
absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And a lot of schools do have guns. I know when I was in junior high in the LA Unified, there was a guy who walked around with a gun, employee of the district, I think, although I don't know for sure what he was. But he was always there, so we just assumed that he worked there. And that's really where I come down. Everybody comes at this from a different perspective, but I just couldn't get to the point of saying, absolutely never. And I trust our superintendent, and I trust our future superintendent. And so, like I said, we can make a mistake one way, we can make a mistake the other way. I can't bring myself to facing the day when, if, hopefully never, there is an incident, but that I forbade the superintendent from doing something to prevent it.
Well, under option one, if we have a security guard, or if we, who could be armed, or if we, it just, we don't want anybody to bring guns to school, children or.
So he's saying number two prevents anyone from bringing a gun on campus.
Unless the
Same word.
superintendent approves it.
Unless the superintendent approves it.
Specifically.
My concern about that, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but those are the sort of random approvals, right? Not security people that will be there. And frankly, those random approvals concern me, because I don't know how competent someone is with a weapon. I don't know what their training is. There's no standards here for approval of beyond the legal exceptions. That scares me even more, frankly.
Someone with a gun would start shooting when you don't know how.
I don't want people
how well
shooting
they
around
can.
the kids unless they're a trained shooter and they know what they're doing.
Right, and I would trust the superintendent to make that decision.
Well, I feel I have a responsibility.
I think the only people who are really trained are the police. They are the ones that know how to handle guns. That's, their responsibility. We don't have the ability to say that, I don't even think Hank should have the ability to say someone could come on campus with a gun unless they're, police.
I assumed I would be the only person that felt this way, but but I just couldn't take the other position.
Yeah.
I would be more amenable to allowing the superintendent if there were some parameters around it, such that in my role as a board member, I had cabined that decision. The way this is written right now, it's unlimited discretion. I'm not comfortable.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I couldn't think how long it would take me to conjure up those words, and even if I took months, I'm not sure I could do a good job. And I think so. I think I said to Andy earlier, we were talking about this, that I would start with the blanket no. That's where I would come out. If I had to choose one or the other, I'd choose no for all the reasons we talked about before. Now I have to tell you that a superintendent, a hypothetical superintendent, faced with a situation where that superintendent was absolutely certain that he or she needed to say, yes, you may bring a gun to school for these exact reasons at this particular time because we think we're facing a threat, we might, and we don't think the police could keep us safe, okay? If that particular superintendent were facing these conditions, I would say the hell with the board policy, okay? You're going to get, the bigger issue is the safety of the kids, not whether or not the board is going to beat you up for not following the policy.
But you could also have an emergency meeting.
Well, maybe. I'm talking about like you hear about it at 10 and it might happen at 11.
Right.
That's the more typical. So, but I can't even imagine whom I would call, to say bring the gun.
Yeah.
I
It would have to be a police
think I would
officer.
call. I just don't know whom I'd call. So anyhow.
But my issue is more about the public policy.
Well, right. But I guess where I hear you. Okay, and if I'm a person prone to think about that kind of disastrous behavior, I don't think I'm going to need to know that particular board didn't take a blanket policy against guns. So therefore, I'm going to choose, this policy is, this district as opposed to that district. I mean, I'm just going to assume that the only person who might ever have a gun in any school would be that police officer. And I would never assume that there's some, I don't want to be silly about it, that there is some place in the school office locked where only the principal knows. I mean, that's how the conversation's gone. The principal knows the combination to the safe. Only the principal knows the combination. The principal has been trained, okay, under those circumstances in communities, and I don't want to be specific here, but in communities that are more likely to have that kind of behavior, walk through the door, okay, all those hypotheticals, maybe I could see that, okay? And I'm not saying never here, not that, okay? Newtown would have been that kind of place.
Yeah.
Okay? But there's no circumstance I could think of where that principal with that gun locked in that safe would have been able to save those kids in Newtown. I just don't think it would happen. My concern, so that's the only circumstance I could ever think of, and I'm not recommending it, is that prescriptive kind of situation, only the principal who was trained in a police environment with a particular weapon locked in the safe. I mean, those kinds of things, right? I'm not recommending it, I'm just saying I could vision that, but I don't recommend it here.
And there are actually, I'll argue against somebody having a gun in the school too. I actually called the police chief just to get some feedback. Okay. He didn't want to touch the policy.
What did he say? Did you say no guns, right?
No, he didn't want to touch.
Okay, well, I know how he feels. All right.
But we did talk about concerns.
Okay.
And certainly if somebody who is not a uniformed officer has a gun and the deputies arrive and they don't know that person,
They're going to shoot them.
Well, that's why I know how he feels, because we've talked about that. Yeah, exactly.
There are issues. My issue isn't so much the question of whether somebody should have a gun or not on the campus. I mean, that's a separate and much, much more complicated question.
Right.
My concern
Is the publicity?
and hesitation is saying, you have a free shot, this is a target.
Because the board adopted the policy of no guns. Okay.
Exactly.
But that's not what this is. It's
No.
not a no-gun policy, because there are at least 5 exceptions to the law of people who can have guns.
But that's the perception of the policy as I read it.
Right. So-
As a potential shooter might.
So for example, I mean, the fact is, it is true that an officer with a gun may be on campus, but the fact is, if a person really did research, if the shooter did research, the shooter would know that a very high percentage of the time in most of our schools, that person doesn't exist, okay?
And also,
So that's a
I
fact.
can't imagine someone reading these policies.
Well,
I mean, that's a real stretch.
Look, I think it's a fair assumption that most shooters aren't that bright. But on the other hand, could I bring myself to say, absolutely not, ever? I couldn't get that.
I think you made some really good points. I would say, not just because of the hour, but I would recommend that after all of the work that Thane has done, all due respect, and I really mean that, and I see his theories, I would recommend that the board approve the policies as changed from the last meeting to this, and I would follow Thane's request that I recommend that the board approve all the policies, okay, save that. You would like to take that out, right?
Sure, then I could support everything
Right, so
else.
first I would recommend all policies except this.
The AR
particular-
1312 and the AR 13.
That one, right?
Yeah, both.
So I recommend
both
that you
those,
approve
okay.
all of them except that, this one, and then I would recommend that separately.
Okay, so,
I'll even move to approve all the other policies.
do you want to move to remove AR
Come on back to the vote.
1312-3K and AR 4161.3E?
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll say.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, now we voting to approve all of the other board policies, the governing board policies, except for those that we removed. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll move to approve.
Second?
second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right, so now we
And I'll
are,
vote no on that.
okay,
No, with it removed?
it's been removed.
I thought we were voting on,
We voted to remove it first.
oh, okay.
You want to go back and re-vote no?
No, that's fine. Yeah, so I'll vote for all the other policies.
Yeah, we knew what you meant.
Both gotta get
Kathy will figure it out.
No, it's got to be, she can't change what was there.
No, I-
Okay.
I retract my vote.
eraser. All right, so we don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but I do really want your input over the next several weeks. Just remember the chronology. Next meeting is August 16th. I think it's critical that there be a significant agenda item, half hour or so, getting full updates on the research on the elementary school organization question. If not on August 16th, then it is a special meeting soon thereafter, only for that subject. Let me bring you up to date just to remind you what are the outstanding issues that Andy and I are working on through the summer with a report to come to you either for August 16th or, I'm going to say, the following week in a special meeting. They are left over from our last meeting on June 13th. Transportation and traffic issues, these all have to do with a greater number of students in each school. What would happen if, okay? So just to remind you, we're talking about, an order of magnitude of 2 to 1 at Miners Oaks, sort of 260 to 70 on up to 550 or so. Miramonte 360 to 550, Topatopa 440 to 550, San Antonio, one more classroom, call it 165 to 70, which is what will be this year, to 180, 85. Summit 40 to 50 to 75, depending on how many classrooms we use. So those are the numbers. The issues are, number one, transportation and traffic. How do we get kids there? Buses, et cetera, and what would the environment be like with just more cars, more people, more use of the parking lot, et cetera? Second, recess. What does that look like? Third, the lunch program. Okay. So So those are sort of the three, we were calling sort of operational protocols, right? Fourth one, okay, so those are three. The fourth one is the big one I just talked about, and that is, what does the school look like in terms of classroom utilization? So if you have those 500-plus kids, we know that there are 25, 26, or 27 classrooms in those big schools. If we use all the classrooms, there's
This is if a big school is closed.
Exactly. Big school is closed, exactly. And so we have those classrooms, except then we have that wing at Miners Oaks that actually was on the other list, the relocatables, right? Right, so there may not be like 25, 6, it might be more like 21, 22, but whatever, we'll clarify that in the report. So what do the schools look like, right? So how many classrooms are going to use depending on the class sizes, right? And how many rooms would you have available for art, music, special education, pull out, special other things, etc. What do they look like? What do all the schools look like with all the number changes that I talked about in that report back a couple of months ago now? So we're going to be very clear about that. The next thing I want to talk about, or maybe the last thing for now, Andy and I met with Steve McCary and Kathleen Wold, right, from the city, to talk about how the city views the potential, I'm trying to pick the right words now, the potential for leasing all or part of this property, okay? And I would say there was quite a bit of symmetry there in terms of how they're sort of thinking about it, not being very, very non-committal, which is what they should be, okay? And we were maybe a little more aggressive. But what I want to talk about in this meeting is to get your opinions about some options, just to get you, there's something that we had talked about, like, how do you feel about mixed use? Just how do you feel about it? I mean, we can do it. I'm just curious. How do you feel about mixed use? So some retail, some housing, some park areas, that kind of thing. That's sort of where they are. Okay. We have a theory about a hotel. Talk about that. But I do think it's important that we start moving this issue forward.
Yeah.
Right. So that because it was the primary thing that the 7-Eleven committee said we should do. So I think we need to move it forward.
And the original 7-Eleven committee
We
came
had
to the
that
same
too. We had that too,
conclusion.
right. So we got to start moving forward, even if I'm not sure we're going to go with it. But for example, we might come into that meeting where you say to us, okay, we want you to actually put out an RFQ. We want an RFQ, like we did in 2008, right? So we had one response. Well, I think I know of 2 people now that might be interested, and they're
We just need one.
really different in terms of where they are.
We just need one.
Well, what about, I mean, I would be interested in talking about, what about, we looked at the whole, like, okay, well, if we move maintenance, if we move well, there's also the possibility that you just move Chaparral, or you just move the district office.
Absolutely. In fact, this is not an all or nothing thing at all. In fact, people feel, with whom I've spoken, very different about this intersection here, Montgomery and Ojai, compared to the back area. It's like Thane is always talking about the dirt and the buses, okay?
Yeah.
So it's very different. It's just very different. So, you might say, I'm going to give, Thane should have the first opportunity. We need to move on that, okay? Like whatever it is you want to say, okay? I know. So I think we should not go through a whole meeting on subjects involving the elementary schools without talking about this space, okay? So those are the ones that I have on my list, and if you could just think over the next week or 2, jot down, just send me whatever, we don't have to do it, it's not a public thing, you just let me know. Tell me what else you'd like us to work on.
So you don't need us to do it here?
No,
Okay.
but on August 16th, well, you'll get the list. I'm going to send out like a tentative list a couple of weeks before. Say, does this do the job? And if you want to put some other stuff on?
I think the logistics of the 6th grade at Matilla High.
Yeah, thank you, okay. Good point, for sure. Thank you, how could I forget that? Linda, why didn't you say that? That's your
I have it
theme.
written down right
Okay.
here.
Thank you, yes. And
That was one of the things I was going to talk about.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you. So yes, thank you very much.
Is that your superintendent's report?
Absolutely.
Oh, yay. All right. Any items for future agendas?
Actually, I got this school news thing, right? And there are 4 measures here that are headed for the November ballot. 2 of them actually caught my eye.
The one about school
Yeah.
funding?
Yes, the one to extend Prop 30 and the public education facilities bond.
Yeah, you know about that.
Because there's K-12 money in here too.
Mhm.
And both of those sound really attractive to me. The Prop 30 extension is temporary, so I'm comfortable with that because it's not a permanently embedded tax. And if there's facilities money even being talked about, I want it. So I'd like to talk about
Okay.
a resolution in support.
Good, great, that'd be great. Let you,
Should we
you can
throw
find
into
some, I'm
that?
sure.
I mean, we've had a
I'm sure,
couple of-
I'm sure the Casbo has one and AXA has one.
Yeah, they actually said they've got sample.
Yeah, all these organizations have sample resolutions.
I don't know particularly how I feel about it, but we've had a couple people ask for the board to also throw support behind the
Initiative.
Yeah.
Short-term
I
rentals.
think that, I mean, I don't know if that's tempered by the,
I haven't read the article yet, but there's a headline in the OVN that says that the initiative was rejected by the city clerk.
What?
The no plan, plan
Yeah,
don't
plan,
ban?
no ban, yeah. All I saw was the headline. I haven't actually read the article yet.
What did
For
she,
tomorrow's
is it
issue?
she, she's gone, who is it? But who is it, is it the new
Let's see,
clerk?
It was on Facebook and, you know, all of that, but I haven't actually seen the article.
Oh, okay, well.
So I need to.
You're right, there is that.
Because they could be able to cure the
We'll
defect
wait.
too.
I mean,
We can
I
talk about that.
know that
Yeah.
it's something we need to do, but
But,
somebody has asked that we
yeah.
get
Yes.
that.
Discuss.
Carol.
So we need to have a,
And Linda Taylor. I'm Linda Taylor, I'm sorry, Linda, she was on the 7-Eleven, Jordan.
Jordan,
Yeah.
Olden Jordan, yeah.
do we need to have a report on our vote, on our?
Yes, I do. Actually, now that we're
Closed
past, now
session?
we're on the way to consent calendar. Actually, I'll let Andy do that. He's well informed about the issue and what happened in closed session.
In closed session, we had a discussion and a vote to accept the resignation agreement for employee number 200 and 1971. The board voted 4-0 to approve the separation agreement.
Thank
No,
you.
wait a minute, whoa, whoa, she's 439. Is she 439? That's the one. 439.
Employee number 439.
That's what you meant to say.
he or she.
Yeah.
Correct.
439, Kathy, 439. She did. We're doing that right now. The record, it was in closed session, which you may do, and the vote was 4-0.
4-0.
But we need the names of
No, you don't. Not- Oh, who made the motion?
I don't know that we do need that, but the motion.
Did you write that down?
I did write it down
Okay,
in
good.
mine, but I've got now 3
I think
separate.
it was me and Fane, wasn't it?
You make the motion?
It might have been,
Okay.
That's so long.
right.
So long ago.
So many hours ago.
Was that
yeah.
today?
It seems like Sunday. Whatever.
Give it to you later.
I trust Jane.
Yeah, wait,
Jane moved, Thane
I
seconded. Thane seconded. I trust her memory.
Yes, that
See?
was correct. Jane WTW.
There you go. Okay.
All right, so is the, thank you, Andy.
Okay.
We have the consent calendar. Are there any discussion about the consent calendar?
I just have one question. There was a lot of Dell computers. Are any thought to seeing if families who don't have a computer at home?
I asked
mean,
the
I
same,
know they're-
I asked the
She
same
did,
question.
she did, yeah.
Are they old and awful?
Yes.
The equipment range in age from 7 to 12 years old. We're required to ensure that the hard drives are fully wiped clean and are not able to be recovered. And so what we end up doing is we, after wiping them clean, actually drill with a hand drill through the hard drive so they can't be recovered. So we do actually make available for free all of our e-waste. However, because of their age and the fact that you'd have to actually buy a new hard drive, you'd have to buy Microsoft Office and the associated Windows products, no one ever takes us up on the opportunity because it's cheaper to
Buy one
a
on
Chromebox
Craigslist.
or to buy a new product than to try to refurbish ours. They're very aged.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.